previously. Okay, I guess the only thing on that is that battery consumption. If it's a choice between this last day of the day and being able to update, then password again. 25079. I'm trying to look on here. Has he sent through? So I've got the Google sheet for the matching. What I don't have is the score. Unless I can just use the previous link from the one that we had, which is others can be here, but probably that just
They're lining up here, Sheps.
either side of halfway. Tests. Hear it coming through. And also so I know how close to hold it. So I'm not either shouting in the ears or. Okay, just testing. So if you can let me know which position is best. This position one. And okay, so I can just hit that. Great. Okay. Because there's going to be two of us, so I guess I just need to pass it.
So therefore, could I have your captain or your co-captain?
Alright, man. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Jono, nice to meet you. Jono, maybe once or twice. So what we'll do, we went to a coin toss, we'll do which hands to whistle with. And effortlessly you can choose. So you get to choose to kick or receive and which way you go.
Okay, we will receive.
Cool. As far as my style as a ref, I will always try and talk to you. So if you hear me saying drop, I'm saying keep the heck on side. I'll try and use your numbers. So make sure your players know their numbers. So often I'm like 6, 6, 6, you're like, oh. Yeah, so I'll always try to talk. We you have any kind of like, I'm happy for you to talk to me, ask questions, as long as they are questions. But have fun out there. Cheers, big day.
I think go to the middle. And
Happy with the
about
tee you've got.
10 meters out.
You're happy with the
Where do you want us? How far out do you want us? Will, how far out?
lining up.
How far out?
The 10 metre.
There you go, Sean. Sean, our team, the playing team, then us, then you guys. Sean, move to the left, please. You're right, sorry.
I know.
I'll get it.
Captain,
Sean, hold the ball.
Welcome to day 2 of the Great Britain v South Africa Test Series 2024, taking place at Reading RFC. First up, we have Great Britain mixed open against South Africa on pitch 1, and we are just about ready for the anthems. So as the anthems ring out around Reading RFC, let's just bring you up to speed with the events that have happened so far this weekend. Yesterday, we had 8 Great Britain teams and 4 South African teams in action. 4 of those Great Britain teams did not have direct South African opposition, so they played exhibition matches yesterday against a combination of other SA teams and some of the GB teams as well. So that included GB's Women's Open, Women's Seniors, Women's Masters and Mixed Seniors teams. Some of them are here today to support the other 4 teams in their test series. And the test series that we have today, we've got this Mixed Open one that we'll see first. All 3 of their test matches against South Africa being brought to you live on the stream here on YouTube. Great Britain Men's Open, they were playing a 5-test series against South Africa, 2 of which they played yesterday. They won both of those, so just 1 win today ties up the series for them and means they will be victorious once again, having played South Africa in Cape Town back in 2022, where they won that series 4-0 with 1 draw in the final test. Very closely contested that entire series. Great Britain Men's Seniors and Men's Masters are also playing test series against South Africa. Men's Seniors played 1 game yesterday in their 3-test series, and it was Great Britain that ran out the winners there. The Men's Masters is a 4-test series, and they played twice yesterday and will play twice today. And Great Britain currently has a 2-0 lead in that one. But it's Mixed Open that we are starting with here. As I mentioned, we went to Cape Town. Great Britain went to Cape Town in 2022. We took a combined Mixed Open and Men's Open side. Only a couple of the players that you will see representing Great Britain Mixed Open today were involved in that test series. Marcus Lampkin and Alex Ryan both travelled over to Cape Town, but they're not the only players in the side with experience of playing South Africa. Captain Rich Milford was involved in the World Cup last year, as was co-captain Emily Codd. When Great Britain travelled to Limerick for the World Cup, they played South Africa in their opening game and then once again later in the competition, winning both of those matches. Other than those players, though, it is a very new, very green Great Britain Mixed Open side. Lots of changes since the World Cup. A new coaching team, Mark Ruffsedge, the World Cup winning head coach from Great Britain Women's Seniors, has moved across to Mixed Open. He's joined with us in the assistant coach role by Kaz Hensel, who was one of the key players in that side as we get underway in this one. And team manager Ben Smith has moved over from Men's Seniors. They picked a very new, very young side as they have an eye on the future. And this is our first time to see this brand new Great Britain Mixed Open side in action as South Africa are the team with first use of the ball, moving it all the way from the right touchline to the left in a single phase of play there. The passing skills of these South African sides that we've seen here this weekend, absolutely tremendous. And you see once again they're able to work their way over the far side, and nearly a break coming in there from Ethan Rogers. And they do use the same side now, and it's Nicole van der Valk running up the right touchline. Rogers missed, and it goes to Sean Rogers instead. But a foot in touch from van der Valk as she passed the ball from the ruck there. Surrenders possession to Great Britain, just as South Africa had made it side into GB's half. A very flat pass there from co-captain M. Codd. And Great Britain will continue working the ball over to the right-hand side. And here's a break coming in from Ashley Newbold, one of the new players in this side. Codd involved once again through the hands quickly to Rich Milford, tagged by Rogers on the left-hand side. GB working through the middle there, and M. Codd. Options both sides. They will again come to this left-hand side. And Milford grounds the ball, but the tag was made by Rogers beforehand. So GB have to keep going again. Theo Petridge links up with M. Cod. Fires the ball out to the right-hand side, and Olivia Lampkin looks inside for her brother. Ball cleared up, and Petridge puts the ball to the boot, and it just escapes his clutches, trickling forwards over the line. And so it's going to be a tap on the 10 to South Africa. Fantastic spin there by Keegan Ganga. Nearly works his way through the British defence on tag 1. Over on the far side, it's Adrienne Meredith as the ball has moved quickly from the ruck. South Africa very good at making sure they get multiple passes in. They're not just playing one-up play. As Milford distributes there to Laura Richards, herself having moved over from Great Britain Women's Opens team last year. She was at the World Cup for them. The show and go from Jack Payne, nearly finding the gap. M. Cod picks and goes, distributes to Newbold. Marcus Lampkin with the diving effort, and that one will be scored. Great Britain 1, South Africa 0. And the first score of the day coming from Marcus Lampkin. Lampkin, of course, has been involved in this side since 2021 when we resumed play after COVID. It's been a key figure since then. Alex Ryan, another of those, is the man who takes the restart for GB. Lovely pass put in there by Michelle Stoffels, and that helps to find the break. Walker, though, closes things down. And contact made, closing the gap is the call, so Ritabile Sala will get the penalty for South Africa. The early kick on tag 1 would have been a lovely score had Keegan Ganga been able to gather that one cleanly. Unfortunately for South Africa, ball trickles forward and GB escape. The most promising South African attack we've had so far. Alex Ryan loops round onto this blind side, tries to spin through. There is contact there. Ryan's lost his footing, but Miche Bennett looks to have taken a knock to the head, probably from Ryan's elbow, and so wins the penalty for South Africa. Just has to go back there. Not able to take the penalty quickly as referee John O'Huntington wanted to get the defensive line set. Ganga on a hard line on that short side. The pick and go. Ganga involved once again. Tag in hand though. He's not going to be able to do anything there. Just signals to Umar Alexander, his teammate, that he shouldn't be passing to him when he's not yet got his tag back on. Alexander picks and goes again. Finds his winger. Look how quickly South Africa able to move that ball laterally, and the pace put on there nearly resulting in a try for South Africa through Hodson, but GB still holding firm on their line. South Africa looking to find the overlap on the outside, and they do. That is a try for Alexander. South Africa, with their opening score, level things up here. (1-1), and South Africa clearly have come to play. We've seen flashes of what they could do in the opening couple of sets from them, and on the third attempt they complete. The ball kicks long down into that far right corner, and it is Josh Eade carries it up for the first settle. Angel Perrin playing at her home club in her first full GB international here today. The ball thrown out, Tuid working his way well down the right wing. GB just 10 metres to go now. The miss pass over to Alex Ryan. Steps back inside, beats two defenders, and he's dived for the box. And that will be given a 2-point score to Great Britain. GB 3, South Africa 1. So just as South Africa had got themselves a really nice footing in this game, Great Britain complete in one set, working the ball really well through Josh Eade up the right-hand side, and then Alex Ryan, a lovely couple of steps back inside, gets the box try. Walker with the banana kick. Into touch it goes, so South Africa's roll ball. Huntington ruling that it was short of the 50-10, but only by a couple of metres. It was a good attempt by Walker. South Africa needing to play the ball away from their own line, and that is not going to help. Ball is dropped backwards. The tag's still not made. Huntington does call them back though. So Bronwyn Kritzman will roll. Lovely step. And Sean Rogers just slightly getting caught up around his own teammate. The early kick once again for South Africa. This one's going to stay in field. Walker's going to be well marked here by Alexander. And Stoffels was in there as well. A first touch for Jacob Rouse, another of Great Britain's newer players this year. Offside penalty after Jack Payne made a nice 10-metre break, tap and go for Great Britain on halfway. Winding his way through and finding Newbold goes Rouse. Payne will play this to the right-hand side. Walker at first receiver. The fake to Cod. Oh, and a lovely carving run through the South African defence. Walker's second. No, sorry, Walker's first. We've had Lampkin, Ryan and Walker, all who have scored for Great Britain to get them into a 4-1 lead. So lots of involvement from the debutants in this Great Britain side so far. The tries all coming from players that went to the World Cup with GB Mixed Open last year. This kick is going to be long from Petridge, and so South Africa will have the tap on halfway. A bit of a let off for them, and they will want to use this good platform. Anger makes about 5 metres on the first tag. Tag made on Bennett. Rogers. And the knock on coming in there, picked up quickly by Payne, finds Lampkin. Runs laterally to the left-hand side, manages to find co-captain Rich Milford. The chase back is absolutely fantastic from Rogers. Lampkin tries to work his way through the gap between Bennett and Stoffels. And he's shut down. Cod keeping the ball alive, finds Petridge. He's still going. Eventually, the tag is made on Jack Payne. Leah Gladding tags centre field, 10 metres short of the line. A former Scotland touch representative now plying her trade for GB in tag as Cod with a lovely run gets Great Britain's third try. And it was just outside the box, so a 2-point score for Great Britain moves them into a 5-point lead. And Gladding is going to take the restart here. GB stacking the right-hand side of the field here. Betridge in a sweeper role already, in case the break comes from South Africa. And it does, through Alexander. Steps back inside Ryan, so hard to tag. So he manages to pull his hips back at the last minute. Captain Sean Rogers is shut down by Josh Eade. Kreutzmann caught by Perrin. Rogers with numbers to his right-hand side. The miss pass, just a little too hard. And it goes forward. GB will have the opportunity to add to their 6-1 lead. Not if Rogers has anything to do with it, they won't know. Perrin, very flat pass to Josh Eade. So flat, it was forward. Huntington calling GB back. And after just a couple of plays, that Great Britain set comes to an end. Krona, first time we've seen her involved, and Alexander managing to step around 2 GB defenders so far, 3 now, and he's dived for the try. Tag has been made. Eventually by Ryan. 3 defenders beaten by Alexander. They're going to need to keep a real eye on him. And so unfortunate for South Africa. Just meters short of the line. Second time we've seen them knock the ball on as they pick it up from the ruck. You may be able to see on the camera the rain coming in. Yesterday we would have 20 minutes of bright summer sunshine and then 20 minutes of a torrential downpour, and that repeated through the day. The rain so far hasn't been as hard as it was yesterday. See whether it lingers longer. Milford just gets that ball away before the tag is taken. Walker up over halfway. Rogers with the tag. We'll go back for the late tag on co-captain Milford. But the rain does start to come down harder now. Obviously jinxed it there. Backwards from Great Britain, so Gladding can still go here. Good tag made. Ryan to Walker. GB with just some exploratory hits up the middle here. Trying to draw in the South African defenders and create the gaps on the outside. Walker threads the kick through, but covered well by South Africa. Kreutzmann tagged. It's a while now since we've seen South Africa get their way through an entire 6-tag set. As Rogers went by himself on the right-hand side. Kreutzmann with the kick. Milford's got time to pick this up. Just bounced awkwardly as he got there, and that allowed Rogers to close in defensively. As Hodson makes the tag there. Ball works to the left. And tag made by Ethan Rogers. A flat attacking line from Great Britain. So Milford goes himself. Walker, that kick just about shoulder height of Huntington. And short of the 10-metre marker. GB happy to let South Africa run at them for the time being. And the rain's coming down like this. It's not easy to use the ball, so GB were going to let South Africa try and have to create something. But they win the penalty, Great Britain, and are given a nice platform to set themselves up here. Perrin, just a couple of metres short already. Ryan picks that ball up off his boots. Beats 2, and goes over for his second try. Great Britain 7, South Africa 1. Ryan, as always, playing in a bucket hat. Normally, he would be hoping that would keep the sun out of his eyes. Today, he's going to have to be hoping it keeps the rain out. Goes with the short kickoff. That is well dealt with by Tala. Ganga beating the first defender, but Rouse was there. Alexander finds Ganga. Up there. Van der Merwe tagged by Walker. Alexander just stumbles there. So he's looking to go on one of his trademark runs. And once again, South Africa's play on this right wing breaks down. 3 or 4 times now we've seen a promising attack building, and just the link-up play on that touchline go right. The pressure let off for GB. Remember, South Africa scored straight away after Great Britain's first try to level things up at 1-1, but it has been one-way traffic since then. GB adding another 6 points. 2 tries have come through Ryan as he scores his hat-trick in the box. 2 more points to the tally for the British side. 9-1 the lead now. And half-time still to come. It's just a lovely twist of the hips to slide through the defence, right in the middle of the field. And Petridge with a firm boot. This one keeps infield. Rogers manages to distribute before being tagged. There's the hometown girl pairing involved. Rogers picks and goes to use this short side, beats Gladding. He does have Alexander in support, and we know what pace he's got. Just manages to stay in field. Lovely athleticism from him. Tag made by Rouse. Rogers, as we hear the half-time hooter. We're on the final play. Stoffels. Right over to the left-hand touchline, having started on this right. The tag made, and that will be half-time in this one. Great Britain 9, South Africa 1. Lots of really inventive play from both sides. Neither of them really letting the weather hamper what they're trying to achieve. But ultimately, it has been working out a little more fruitfully for Great Britain, finishing off their sets, and a couple of box tries in amongst their scores, allowing them to reach an 8-point lead. So the two teams go into their huddles. They will be wanting this half-time to pass quite quickly, I'm sure. Just waiting for the hooter, and as it goes there, we will get ourselves back underway. Great Britain 9, South Africa 1, the score at half-time. As Pet Ridge gets hands on the ball first for GB. Perrin with a little dart. Jack Payne. He's through. He has support in the form of Josh Eade. Shows a great turn of pace going for that right corner. And the try is awarded. A 1-point score. GB hit double figures. That is exactly the start to this second half they will have wanted. A couple of short plays just to draw the defence in. Payne finds the gap, sprints through. Great supporting line from Josh Eade. And despite the chasing from the South African defence, they weren't going to catch him. GB 9 points ahead now. Rogers controls that ball gently with the outside of the boot. A nice kick and regather. That is absolutely lovely stuff from Hodson. Pet Ridge does close them down on the left-hand touchline, but South Africa into the GB half. Rogers finds Van der Merwe. South Africa with the long pass, a little bit too wild. Ethan Rogers just not able to hold on to that one. Steaming up on a hard line, and the ball just a little bit behind him. Falls loose, and Great Britain take over. Pick and go from Milford, beats the defender, finds Payne. Just pulled back slightly on the shorts, but play allowed to continue. Milford wasn't able to distribute to Perrin as she slightly overran the ball inside, but is over on the left-hand side for Emma Waugh's first score. And a 2-pointer for GB. I think Milford almost surprised to find himself still with 2 tags on. A couple of South Africans clutching at them unsuccessfully. Gave him that extra bit of time to find Waugh, who herself had come from further in field, but she realised there was no defender over on the left-hand side that was going to stop her. And the lead extended once again. Ryan with the short kick that he's going to go for himself. Excellent pickup. But Kretzmann was there to make the tag. So Bennett, I apologise. Ball worked to the right here through Ryan. Lampkin unable to gather that one. Some conversation amongst the spectators at half-time about the handling skills from both sides being really good in this weather. But we have seen a couple of drop balls already. Great break. Oh, he's through. Smythe will keep going. Tag just made. Lampkin with the intervention on that second hit up from South Africa. Danga finds Bennett, spilt forward into the hands of Reese Walker. They go quickly to the left through Gladding and Rouse, who is able to get away from that first one, but we are just going to have a stoppage here. A little bit of contact, accidental from both sides. Bennett gets back to her feet, which is good to see, and play continues. No penalty for that one, as we say, accidental from both players. Ryan tagged just before he could find Gladding. Rouse, good little dart. Shut down on halfway. Not that Rich has realised that, as she gallops all the way up the pitch. The former World Beer Mile contestant, once she gets running, you're not going to stop her, even if she's got a beer that she has to scull on the way. Cod will find Walker again. The classic Nick Wilkes drop of the ball onto the boot and regather. And it's going to be a penalty for Great Britain. Cod Olivia Lampkin works it in field to her brother Marcus. He's caught by Stoffels. Walker to Ryan. Signals for Gladding to go inside, but works it out to Rouse. GB just a couple of metres short now. Walker with a flat pass to Lampkin that would have resulted in a box try were it not for the intervention of Bennett. Codd looks to go herself, and she is not going to have the try awarded. Huntingdon, feeling that she had run straight into Bennett's knee there, she looked to go low and get that ball down. So South Africa escape, and we'll have the tap on their 10-metre line. God making up for it straight away with the early tag. Sean Rogers just clings onto that one, running through his arms. And then, unfortunately, Tala spills it forward. The pick and go from Rouse. An overlap on this right-hand side of GBU's that spilt forwards by Codd. So we are starting to see the wet ball work against the two teams now. The rain has started to ease up, and the break. Hodson just needed the supporting runner to stay behind him a little. Contact once again, so time off. Hodson looks like he's just taken a bit of a knock to the stomach that's winded him, but he's back on his feet. South Africa will make the sub. Alexander on. One of the most threatening runners that South Africa has. Distributes over to Ganga. And Stoffels through the middle. Walker managing to stop that pass, go to its intended receiver, but it will be 6 again for South Africa. Bennett finds Stoffels, steps back into Alex Ryan, who was set in defence, and penalty to Great Britain. And South Africa lucky that Huntington called that back there, otherwise Stoffels might have made a tag from an offside position, which is a sin-binnable offence. It's Walker with the tap, fires out to Lampkin. Steps back away from Alexander, but couldn't find a gap. Ryan through the middle, as we've seen already. Steps the stepper. Twice he stepped Alexander. Tag made by Sean Rogers just before GB were able to break away with it on the left-hand side. Codd, Lampkin works his way back in on a switch line. Walker distributes to Ryan, a long pass over to Laura Riches. This is going to be a wonderful score, is it? No, called back. Ganga with the tag. Tap and go from Ryan. Riches again. Throws herself over the line. Try awarded. Another 2-point score for Great Britain. Walker. Payne, sorry, up to halfway. Gladding. To Walker. Puts in the kick. And Alexander with a lovely pick up and then spills it forward there. So unfortunate for SA, just to say, look like they might be able to do something. Perrin. Tagged by Rogers. Pick and go from Milford. Walker just controlling that one. Gladding. Over to Eade. Pace he's already shown today has been fantastic, but Stoffels was there. And as we come back, Rogers picks and goes from halfway. Up just as far as Rouse. South Africa with all their numbers over to the left-hand side. Ganga. Wonderful twist. And the kick and go. Penalty is given to Great Britain. Ryan picks up. Codd to Lampkin. Pull on the shirt, but he manages to get through nonetheless. Just loses his footing. 10 metres inside the South African half. Gladding over to the left-hand side. Het Ridge to Rouse. And to Riches, who will go over once again. Another 2-point score for Great Britain. They hit 20 with a 17-point margin over the South Africans now. Conditions are brightening. There is still rain coming down. With just a minute to play. The sides here in this mixed open contest have played through the worst of the weather that we've had this morning, but I wouldn't want to tempt fate and say it's the worst of the weather we will have today. There's almost certainly more rain, more storms to come. South Africa will hope to generate a storm of their own here. Through Ethan Rogers, who does manage to carve through almost the entire Great Britain mixed open side and diving towards the box. He can't quite get there for the box score, but it will be a 1-pointer for GB, for South Africa. So 2 points. It was inside the box in the end, just receiving confirmation of that. An excellent score from Ethan Rogers and South Africa. I just wonder if they managed to get a couple like that in the first half, keep this gap narrower, what might have come from the rest of the game for them. Milford manages to gain 40 metres down the left-hand side, largely unopposed for most of that run. So South Africa, they need to really make sure they keep their heads in the game after getting a score and they don't just surrender territory as easily as that. Walker goes to the short side and it will be a ruled out try. Dudman Jones diving for it over the line, but his heels came up above his hips. It was deemed a dangerous dive by Dudman Jones. And so South Africa will have the tap on their 10. Straight over to Alexander and back to the virtuoso, Ethan Rogers. But he's tagged just fractions of a second after the hooter goes off to end this one. Great Britain 20, South Africa 5 in the first of 3 tests between these two sides in the mixed open competition we will be bringing you today on the live stream. Apologies for the technical difficulties during that second half. We went down on comms for a little bit. That included a wonderful box try for South Africa. One of 3 scores that they got through the game, 2 2-pointers, and of course that opening 1-pointer to level things up in the first few minutes. It was largely one-way traffic, however, after South Africa's first score. Great Britain into a 9-1 lead by half-time. They immediately added to that after the break, scoring another 11 points in the second half for a 20.25 win. So, that is game 1 of 8 for the day. We'll be bringing you 3 mixed open games, as I said. 3 men's open games, which is the category we'll be moving to next. And then 1 game each from the men's seniors and men's masters series. And the second game of the day, the first men's open game, will be kicking off at 10 to 11. So in just 4 minutes' time, the men's open game.
Let's go, guys, let's go.
Game 3 of the Men's Open Test Series between Great Britain and South Africa, taking place here at Reading RFC, is underway. Great Britain with the orange tags, South Africa in the yellow, playing left to right and using the ball first up in this one. A big kick shut down by Miles Turner. So South Africa having to chase back. They get in a second one, which will be run back at them by Josh Crew. Kirby Ronaropa finds Ollie Greenhill. And Ronaropa immediately involved again. His knee goes down, so that is a tag to South Africa. Greenhill. Turner finds Harkins. Gap closed. Penalty. Great Britain. South Africa arguing it should have gone their way, but there's definitely a gap there that was closing on Harkins as he reached the defensive line. Ronaropa fires that out to Isaac Sawyer, who picks it up off his bootstraps and then dives through the defence for the opening score in this game. GB 1, South Africa 0. Sawyer, one of the debutants for Great Britain Men's Open, a side that has had a great consistency over the years since the 2018 World Cup. But a number of new faces here this weekend amongst the more experienced ones. Match had started in a relatively dry spell, but the rain coming down fairly heavily as South Africa lose that ball forwards and into GB arms. Williams finds Turner. His speedy running style, so distinctive out there. It was stopped short just of the before the line. Irvine plays the ball over to this left-hand touchline. Receives the ball infield again. Finds Williams. And a wrap on Turner will give Great Britain the penalty and another set of 6. As the ball is just slides through Reed's hands and between his knees. South Africa able to come away with it. Through Fontuin. Back over to that left-hand touchline and Nordian. South Africa haven't completed a set yet. It is absolutely crucial that they do so. Without time in possession, ball in hand, there is no way through this GB Men's Open side. Side, of course, that went on to record a bronze medal at the 2023 Tag World Cup in Limerick. Here's player coach James Barron on the ball for the first time. Williams finding Jake Jones, one of the speedsters in the side. To De Jonge, the miss pass to Wilkes. South Africa have learned from their couple of games against GB yesterday, as well as the 2022 tour, that you've got to shut Wilkes down early. Well, the attacking threat he poses is almost insurmountable. Jake Jones, the ball goes through the hands there. And the try scored by Dan Waters in the corner. A 1-point score for GB. And a 2-0 lead. Barron over the ball in centre field. Kicks down towards the left-hand corner. Tag made. For SA, that loose ball goes backwards. And I would say really no gap left there for Kivitt to run through. Unfortunately, Kyle Saunders, one of the real threats in this South African side, unable to hold on to that one. Greenhill finds Wilkes. Wilkes through towards the box. but the signal is that his knee was down before the line. He went for the sliding try, and that has counted against him. And GB do not get the score on this occasion. Lewis O'Brien, the referee, signalling to the South Africans this does need to be a tap, not a roll. Nordian. Saunders. Lovely step there from Mayer. Rona Roper with the tag on Klink just as he was building up speed. South Africa still working this short side and still letting the handling errors creep in. That has been their Achilles heel through these opening minutes. Barron, good pace on the ball. The interception, throw no, and it is going to be a foot race. Wilkes working his way over, but he's not going to get there. Fortune will score unopposed on this right-hand side to halve the deficit. South Africa on the board for the first time in Test 3. They have to turn over a 2-0 lead in this one. They need to turn over a 2-0 deficit in the series overall. Just 1 point behind now and on the board for the first time. South Africa will kick deep down into the GB half. McDermott controls the ball with his foot well. Rona Roper finds Turner, the two East London Eels men's open teammates. Greenhill now represents Bristol these days. Going to make himself an option outside Rona Roper, but McDermott is the preferred option. Greenhill tagged by Saunders. McDermott now at dummy half to Rona Roper. Stuttering step. McDermott involved again, and Greenhill. Tag looked like it was almost made before Greenhill got the ball there, but play continues. Turner to Harkins. And they will go to the right-hand side, and Josh Crew, who will dots down for a relatively easy score in the end, given the invention that GB had to play with to make that ground. The try itself was fairly routine. GB 3, South Africa 1.
Okay, boys, let's go. Here we go, Jay. Here we go. Come, mate. Yeah, bang it, Dino. Bang it, Dino. Lead this, Jay. Lead this, Jay.
Irvine urged into a big kick by Reed on this near wing for GB. South Africa keep it in field. And Clark. Irvine with the tag. South Africa recently favouring this short side. It was where the try came, so you can understand why they would. Close to a bulk from Saunders. Just wanting to see whether he could draw the Great British defenders offside, and he did indeed. So a penalty and a fresh set to South Africa. 5 metres away from halfway. Irvine with the tag. Clark finds Bezuidenhout, who found himself in a phone box, and with the attentions of Jake Jones. Hageman looked surprised that he was able to play on there, and for good reason. The tag had been made, so South Africa go back to halfway. Saunders. And the miss pass comes in from Svanevelde. Well, we saw that error creep in a few times for South Africa's mixed open side, losing the ball forward in the ruck, just as that attack was starting to build nicely for them. Williams. Debut this weekend for GB. Irvine with the kick. The tag was made late. GB will get the tap where the ball was regathered. A late tag on a kick. Penalty comes in a position of maximum advantage for the kicking team. Williams winding his way through, launching himself over the line, but tagged in the air. South African defence holding firm for now. Reed will go himself in the corner and will do so unsuccessfully. Infield to Jones. The South African defence up so fast. Irvine somehow finding time and space, however. But GB push back towards their own line. Barron links up with Jones. Wilkes, tag made. Lovely by Svanevelde. Wilkes nearly losing his shorts. Jones. Tag made by Hageman. By Clark, sorry. Barron caught in two minds, decides to go back to this left-hand side. The tags were coming in on Jake Jones, but the distribution from him was timed absolutely perfectly for Russ Reed to score his first of the game, and for South Africa's deficit to extend to 3 points now. GB 4, SA 1. South Africa making Great Britain work a little longer, a little harder for that try. And they had their opening 3 points. And that has gone out over the touchline from South Africa. The ball played forwards by Isaac Sawyer. Rona Roper with the pickup. Barron. Sawyer. Sawyer's only got one tag on, so he will have to go back. That's not, wasn't initially spotted by O'Brien. He realises that Barron was signalling that that was the case. So GB do go backwards as they wait for Crew to do his lace-up. Rona Roper finds Greenhill. Saunders is there for South Africa. Wilkes not able to get his way through the gap as Nordian closed him down in defence. Floated ball to Barron. Hand in there from South Africa will mean 6 again, GB. Remember, for any of you coming from more of a Union viewing background, the slap down in tag is a perfectly acceptable defensive manoeuvre coming from Rugby League. Dancing feet of Rona Roper, keeping himself away from the South Africans for a time. And a little bit of afters there, Greenhill felt from Fortune. Tag was made and then contact between the two. Play on called by O'Brien. Sawyer with the miss pass to Crew. Not able to hold it on this left-hand side as he has done previously on the right. Contact made there on Chandler Smith. We know from 2022 what a dangerous runner he can be for South Africa. South Africa with the kick that's going to go dead. And that will give GB a tap on the 10 and a 7 tag set. So the kick itself fairly nice off the boot, but a little bit directionless in terms of where the chasing runners were coming for South Africa. I think they were hoping it would go into touch and they wouldn't have to do anything. De Jonge on that right-hand side. Be pleased with the results in the football last night, both England and the Netherlands winning. Divided loyalties maybe next weekend. As Sawyer manages to find Crew. Beautifully soft hands from Crew to keep a hold of that one. Sawyer feeds infield to Greenhill. Steps back to his left. It's Sawyer's turn to have the soft hands, but ends up with South Africa, the beneficiary, through Smith. And Grobbler. Smith again. Nordian shapes for the kick as he has put in so often. GB not falling for it though, the gap not opening, and ball lost from South Africa. Roll ball GB on halfway. Barron will play to the right. And De Jonge finds Reed. Reed finds the gap between the defender and the touchline and will go for the box. Diving in athletically. Try Great Britain. And their first 2-pointer of this match. GB 6, South Africa 1. Changes being rung by GB. After that successful but brief attacking set. McDermott with the restart. Pushes far to the right-hand side, only just over the 10-metre to try and give Jake Jones the opportunity to regather. But Swanevelde did well, and South Africa have the possession here. Pick and go from Hageman. That is played at, says O'Brien. So 6 again, South Africa. And one of the South Africans with just only one tag on. I don't think he's realised here. Saunders just hears those shouts and decides not to play the ball to the right, which was a very good decision. The kick put in by Grobbler is cleared up fairly easy though by GB. Ball spilt by McDermott backwards, however, so possession maintained by the British. Jones not able to get past Grobbler. Irvine to McDermott. Second spill in a row, this one forwards unfortunately. South Africans like that. They're in a promising position here. And one where they really need to execute before this lead starts to become insurmountable. Saunders looking for the settle first up. Irvine managing to walk him back a couple of metres, and it's now South Africa's turn to fumble the ball. Certainly very different conditions to those that we had the GB tour to South Africa, and the two teams needing to adapt to it in their playing style. But also just the care they take as the ball flies through the air towards them. Turner with Harkins outside him. Space in front of Harkins as the half-time hooter goes. We are on final play. Little kick from Turner to himself, but Saunders is there to make the covering tag. So we go into the half-time break. Great Britain 6, South Africa 1. And the story of that half really is that while both sides have shown positive attacking intent, some fantastic running lines from both sides, it is Great Britain that has been able So just as we've been waiting for the day to brighten up a little bit, we now wait for the hooter to signal the start of the second half. Some blue skies starting to show over on the far side of the pitch. We hope they're coming our way. Be great to get to see some real flowing attacking tag from these two teams, both of whom are very capable of it. South Africa pumping themselves up for this second half. Josh Crew's done really well there. The first touch a little bit heavy off the boot. They scampered after it and cleared up. Wilkes over towards halfway. Greenhill finds Barron. He's got Rona Roper outside him, who just wasn't able to cling on to that. But luckily for GB, Barron had already been tagged, so they will come back to that one. And Greenhill will put in a little stutter step to find Wilkes. The trademark kick and collect. Didn't work, but drawing the penalty did for GB. A little bit of confusion from GB. I think they thought it was a knock-on from them, and therefore South Africa would have possession. However, GB get another go here, and Barron also finally had another go when he would have expected to have been tagged. Rona Roper finds his coach, who draws 3 South African defenders in. Wilkes losing his footing, falling backwards. A tag made. Greenhill tagged in front of the box as Barron plays it to the left-hand side. And Sawyer now over to Dan Waters. And that is a fairly regulation score from the Yorkshireman. So many times he scored sensational tries for Yorkshire and for GB. Despite the eye injury he sustained on international duty a couple of years ago, that means he's effectively operating off one eye. He only needed one for that one though. Simplest of scores for him. Catch the ball and dot it down. GB 7, South Africa 1. South Africa would have really wanted the opening score in that half, but having given that up, they've also given away the penalty here. Possession once again for GB. Turner to Wilkes on the miss pass. De Jonge. And Crew collects. It was a stationary pass that he had to receive. Wasn't able to run onto it. Barron back to Wilkes. Nice play here from GB. And they score down the left-hand side once again. This one slightly more dynamic than the previous, as Crew threw himself over the line. GB 8, South Africa 1. Remember, while this is the first game from this series that we're bringing you on the live stream, the two teams did meet twice yesterday, so GB hold a 2-0 lead in the series overall. 5 tests played in total over the weekend, and a GB win here would tie up that series. They played 5 tests the last time they met in a test series. GB won the opening 4 by nothing more than a margin of 2 points in Cape Town. And then the 5th and final test was drawn. It was incredibly close between the two sides, despite the final match scoreline. South Africa kick that one deep into GB territory, forcing the British to run back at them, as McDermott is only too eager to do, make his way up over halfway. So the South Africans struggled to make the tag. Williams catching that one in the air before finding Turner, who is through the first two defenders and launches himself into a floating dive at the end there for another British score. Oh, the fake kick coming in from GB. A little bit of confusion as to who out of Irvine or Greenhill was actually meant to kick that one in the end, much to Kirby Roper-Roper's amusement. Eventually, we are underway with South Africa tagged 15 metres out. Saunders working the ball upfield quickly. Smith finds Hageman. Saunders again, over to Swaneveld. The dancing feet of Grobler. Before the attack shut down by Waters on the far side. Swaneveld. And Kvyat. Sorry, Kivits. Good hands there. Saunders receives the long pass. Still a couple over here. Smith runs in front of his supporting teammate over to that left-hand touchline and crosses the whitewash. GB will get the hands back on the ball. South Africa playing with two markers there, which of course they can't do, but a bit of indecision as to who was staying, who was going back. Sawyers capitalises on it. Nice gain of meters there. Roper with the miss pass. Tag made on Williams. It was Kivits bursting up in his face. Reed doing well there. GB will play the ball over to the right-hand side here. Roper receives it stationary. Hands it off to Greenhill. Finds Irvine. Carves through. Roper will add to the GB tally. Moving his team into double figures with his first score of the game. Byron gets us back underway. The ball caught on the full by Kivits. There is an overlap as South Africa move it wide early. The execution is off. Cleared up in the end by De Oliveira. Good hands from Nordian. Saunders just trying to draw Wilkes into a mistake in defence. Loose ball, but Nordian clears up. Over onto this short side. De Oliveira is caught by De Jonge. No, play allowed to continue. Both players thought that tag had been made. O'Brien disagreed. Oh, trick kick from Saunders. I mean, it was meant to trick the players in the defensive line for GB. In the end, it was Reed who was bamboozled by it, spills the ball forwards. And South Africa will get the roll ball. There is no marker in, so they can't play this one forward. They choose not to. Penalty, South Africa. 2 errors in a row now from GB. Gives a promising position for South Africa to attack from. The tag's missed here by 2 of the GB defenders. Saunders, that one's gone through his hands backwards. Play allowed to continue. Lorraine starts to hammer down again. De Oliveira. Oh, he's so nearly through. I think if he'd backed himself, I just assumed the tag would have been made on him. He rolls the ball back now, and it will be Saunders waiting at first receiver. Again, the ball spilt. Again, it's backwards. That's Poseidon who clears it up. Saunders with Nordian inside, goes for the kick himself. Unable to gather it cleanly, spilt forwards. Wasn't knocked on the full though over the line, so it's just a roll ball as Barron had been looking to take that tap from 10 metres out. Frustrating for both sides. Flash of blue sky gone almost as quickly as it appeared. And the downpour sets in again. Reed. A forward pass there to South Africa. Means that they have a set of 6 now, starting inside GB territory. Kivitz was the first hit up, and De Oliveira, Poseidon thought he was through. O'Brien just explaining to Saunders, the SA captain, what his decision is here. Possession stays with the South Africans. Oh, the dive was beautiful. The control was not. Kiwi frustrated. He thought he did maintain contact with the ball as he slammed it down over the line there. O'Brien disagrees, and I think I would too. So the tap from Wilkes. Gains a couple. McDermott. Gap closed on him. Play allowed to continue. Barron up over halfway. Wilkes to Turner. Turner still going with the twist. Harkins back to Turner. He's got Waters on the left. He goes himself, but the tag is made. Harkins gets the second Yorkshire score of the game for Great Britain Men's Open. Saw there was just enough of a gap for him to dive through. That makes it Great Britain 11, South Africa 1. About 7 minutes left in this one. Over to Meyer. They will go to the short side once again through Fortune. Willits just scampering back to make the tag there. And involved once again on Swanevelde. South Africa losing their footing. hard line doesn't work for them that time. Possession lost. Wilkes tagged by Clark. De Jonge winds back in field. The miss to Williams. Nice step. Short of halfway now, GB. Greenhill. Early kick, looking for the 50-10. Is it going to shape round to the corner? No, just loses pace as it gets close. But it's Waters managing to make the tag. Rona Roper. In that time. O'Brien just wants South Africa to take it back. So a different mark for tag 1. Kick there, really not what South Africa needed. The scoreline is not one they're going to overcome with the time left, that's for sure, but they can still get some more scores on the board if they keep the ball in hands. Then the early kick down the right-hand side, but the pace of Reed just means South Africa are not going to be able to contest that. Play allowed to continue. There's no one near Reed as his knee hit the ground. Greenhill beats the first offender, but Clark closes down. Rona Roper loses his shorts, keeps his balance, and gains the penalty. Jake Jones, a lovely run there. Saunders, as so often, the man on the spot for South Africa to shut the attack down. Isaac Sawyer, they kick, and the perfectly timed dive over the line to dot that ball down. The tag on him was late, so that's why he was allowed to score the try. South Africans would have needed to get the other tag, but that was timed so perfectly. The ball hanging in the air just over the try line. Sawyer launching his dive, grabbing the ball to put another point on the scoreboard for GB. Nice shuffling feet from Meyer, trying to open up a gap in the GB defence. They are too wily for that. Meyer again. It's Turner this time with the tag. Zeidenhout finds Saunders. South Africa running the ball through the hands without any of them actually making any forward movement. So Nordin decides he's going to have to go himself. Has gained a little bit of ground there. Jake Jones able to make the tag. Gap closes in front of Kiewicz. This kick is going to go long. 7 tag set for GB coming up now. Oh, what a tag made by Sean Clark. Really coming into this game defensively in this second half. And he's going to have to chase back for his team here as Turner's on the break. 2 South African defenders closing in either side of Turner. And caught by Saunders. Wilkes goes himself. And a lovely dive for another Great Britain score. No, not given. Penalty for South Africa. So O'Brien feels that the dive from Wilkes was dangerous. No try. Penalty South Africa. Fortune. Nice flick from Saunders. Like his kick earlier, looking one way and playing the ball the other. Early ball over to Svanewelder. Meyer just holds that one a little bit. Bezuidenhout dances down the touchline. Back in field. Play was allowed to continue, but Bezuidenhout only had the one tag on, so we will come back. O'Brien just explaining exactly where the tag was made, because it should be Bezuidenhout rolling the ball, but it's Meyer who does. Swanevelde plays it out to Bezuidenhout on this left wing. Not able to skip past Harkins. Saunders just drops the ball off to Fortuit. There's the final play, Hooter. Ball bounces along the ground, picked up by Smith. The stutter step. Numbers coming over to this left-hand side for South Africa. Swanewelde trying to keep it alive, but that will be that in this one. Great Britain 12, South Africa 1. And GB wrap up this men's open test series. 3 games to 0 after 3 games played. 2 remain in this one for South Africa to try and get a win or 2 and go home with something under their belts to really build on as they continue forward in their campaign towards the 2026 Tag World Cup. After a 5th place finish in Limerick last year, we'll be hoping to go better than that in Australia in a couple of years' time. GB, of course, will be looking themselves to build on the bronze that they got last time. So that's game 1 of 3 from the men's open that we'll be bringing.
Go South Africa.
Our third game of the day is the third game of the 4-test series in the men's masters category, as South Africa kick towards GB and get the 50-10. First opportunity to attack. Loose ball and just knocked backwards by South Africa. And South Africa not quite playing that from the mark either. Lombardo in defence, a little bit confused by a couple of the decisions already in this one. South Africa still on the attack. Just a few metres from the line. South Africa nearly giving away the penalty for bulking there. I think, to be fair, Williams was just trying to check that Huntington was happy for him to play the ball. Fifth and final tag in this set. Not for the first time we see the ball running along the ground. This wet grass means that the ground is certainly not the place that you want the ball to be. GB survive that set and will look to come away with it. And as we see them in possession for the first time, I will bring in my co-commentator for this, for the first half of this one, who's backed by popular demand. Kaz, you made your debut on the comms at the UK Tag Nationals, and a number of these players from GB Men's Masters were involved. I quite enjoyed the insight that you were able to bring into their careers so far.
Yeah, thanks, Will. A lot of these boys are the guys that taught me how to play tag, and yeah, so they thought I might be able to commentate on this one again. Back in defence, see if they put the pressure on here. We'd expect them to be doing a bit of a blitz defence now, get that ball back. Maddie Picnic drop into cover. A great fan of the defence is Maddie. Every tag matters, as he says, so let's see if the boys make that happen here.
Yeah, GB back in possession already. Lombardo looking to skip through the middle there. Penalty to GB. It's the superstar from Wigan, puts in the tap. Back on the ball is Gambles, Lombardo. And it is going to be, no, called back. We thought Shun Chamura had the first score in this one for Men's Masters. Played with Shun a few times, haven't you, Kaz?
Yeah, Shuni is one of the many boys on this squad who is Chargers class of 13, one of the OGs, one of the longest running teams in tag in London. And he's making his comeback after a little bit of time off because of injury, so great to see him hitting the holes like he used to.
South Africa back in possession and looking to build something here. And you'll notice already more contact in this one than we've seen in either of the two Opens games so far today. That contact, though, deemed too much by Huntington, and South Africa give away the penalty. Lombardo will take the tap for GB as they ring some changes. Numbers over to the right-hand side. Gambles, caught 5 metres out. Tamura. Jones. Oh, wonderful play between Jones and English, the two Welsh representatives in this men's Masters side. English running the switch line. Jones didn't use him and was able to go over on the right-hand side. English was actually late tagged, was tagged off the ball. So even if Jones hadn't been able to finish it, it would have been a GB penalty.
Yeah, great pace on the outside there. Let's see if they can blitz this now. Kick taken by Jay Bear. Asked me to give a shout out to Chloe. Hi, Chloe. Great pressure to get the drop out there. This is when the ball goes dead is played dead over the touchline. Let's see what they can do with this set of attack.
So first tag made about 15 metres inside the South African half, and we see Ben Payne on the ball for the first time. Yeah, a few points given away or not taken by Ben Payne at Nationals because he wouldn't put in a dive, didn't want the hairband falling out. The interception from South Africa, and they can come away with it here. English needs to be involved defensively this time. A little stamp on the foot accidentally has slowed down Van Heerden here. Ball played to Rogers and then lost forwards. English picks and goes. And you would not believe that we had a torrential downpour just 15 minutes ago. Bright sunshine covering Reading RFC here. As English gets into a little bit of a dance with Richard. Jimmy Richard of South Africa. And Davis managing to get that ball away simultaneously with his tags taken. Bear involved again. It's going to be 6 again here for GB as the hand came in from South Africa. Prout beats the two defenders at halfway. He's got no one with him. He doesn't need anyone with him as he goes around the sweeper. English will play this ball into Andrew Davis, assistant coach of this side. A miss pass to Gareth Roach, moving up to men's Masters this year, and the hands absolutely superb from Great Britain to find Toby Lord on that left-hand side for GB's second score.
Yeah, that's exactly the quality of rugby we expect to see from these boys with all of their experience. Average age slightly lower today with the absence of one of their OGs, Alex Saggrove, probably around 42, given the oldest man in tag isn't here. That's a high for him. Maddie Picknett on the wing there. Hey, Maddie, go tag someone.
I'm not quite sure who's fangirling, who's fanboying more here. You over Matty, Kaz, or whether it's Matty over you and your commentary skills. But he was very definitely giving you a wave, not me though. South Africa look to make a nice break, showing that they do have good pace with the ball in hand. When an opportunity opens up in front of them, they can capitalise on it. However, what they need to be a lot better at is getting the ball back to the mark and then playing on again from there. They're just, all the momentum falls away.
One of the biggest things you can do to get the advantage is to try and catch the defence offside. It'll be interesting to see when GB gets the turnover here, how their speed around the ruck is compared to South Africa. The GB boys are getting so much time to get their defensive line set. It just makes their job a lot easier.
Kaz just getting out her stopwatch here to time the average ruck speed for South Africa and then compare it with GB's when we next see them on the ball. It is really quite slow. The kick comes in, and that might go for a 50-10. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from South Africa and from Dylan Rogers.
Those two 50-10s they've got so far in this half. You wouldn't think from the rate at which they're getting them, they're actually incredibly difficult to nail, especially in open play. So for all we were not impressed with their ruck speed, that was a very, very impressive 50-10 kicking.
And Rogers involved again, finding his teammate Gareth Williams on the darting run towards the box, but Andrew Davis shuts him down, and South Africa will now play this to the right-hand side. having allowed GB the opportunity to fully set their line. Roach with the tag. And the ball lost here, that's not going to help. So they do eventually get it back. Trying to bring the numbers over to the left-hand side to stretch the GB defence and create a hole, but Matty Picnic equal to it. And they go down the left-hand side. Had to be good from JK Hannaby, because we did have Fitzgerald scampering towards that corner. The kick comes in. Unfortunately, it does bounce over the line, and so the try will not come for South Africa. So Kaz, you'll have timed 8 or 9 rucks there. What would we say any average speed probably is?
I thought it was somewhere between about 5 seconds average. So let's compare it to the GB boys. We're getting so geeky today, Will.
I'm sure that will be appreciated. I sometimes get the feedback I'm not geeky enough on comms in tag, so people will enjoy the insight that you're able to bring. I can see you pressing the start-stop button and not having much time between the two on your stopwatch there, as the self-titled president of the Will Shepherd fan club, Steve Leary, stumbles to the ground there, picks himself back up. I'm pleased to see that. Chris Prout slides his hips, second break of the game, and his first try. That will be Great Britain's third score.
Yeah, Chris Prout, one of the nicest men in tag, in my humble opinion, one of the only players who will give you a compliment as he's playing against you. It's quite disarming at times, actually. Really great to see him scoring some GB tries.
It's that great to see him scoring some GB tries, because his accent might give away that he's actually playing against his country of birth here today. That's spilt, but it's spilt backwards, and so South Africa will maintain possession. Again, overrunning the mark. Much quicker at the ruck there. Over to this left-hand side. Tag made by Inglis. Kick coming in from Whitaker, but it is over shoulder height. Huntington playing the advantage, as you now can. Payne escapes the defence. Still going up to halfway. And then just as the rugby tackle starts to come in on Payne, the advantage was not able to be used by GB, so the ball rolled forwards by Lombardo, skipping up towards the defence.
Yeah, GB on the front foot here, you would expect them to come away with something, although I famously was jinxing people at Nationals by saying that. Looks like they've... Great, oh, he was in there. I am reliably informed that with the nickname Jeff Tuvey. I hope I've said that right. Try.
Yeah, loose ball there, as you say. Gamble's nearly through himself. Chucked the pass over to Lombardo, who then fired it left again. It was loose and on the ground, and all Payne had to do was pick it up one side of the line and place it down the other side. Didn't even need to move his feet. Kick off from, yeah, still no diving from Ben Payne. And South Africa having to just go back and make sure they do take that roll from the mark. They're not doing so. Jones a little frustrated himself. 6 again for South Africa. Van Heerden will roll the ball back. Tag made. A little shove for Jones's pleasure. Whitaker, quick hands, really nice. but then spilt forwards, and GB will take over again. Lord, roll. Lombardo goes short side to Kenny Hunt, who's moved up from the men's seniors this year. Of course, we saw him at Nationals winning yet another title for East London Men's Open.
Yeah, great addition to this squad, bringing some extra pace. GB attacking the line again. This time I'll pay sufficient attention to see if they score a try. Just working out what Huntington's calling them for here. Just a little bit too much argy-bargy either way there, I think.
I think they are fans of the argy-bargy in the men's masters category. Lovely cut-out pass, and Kaz Hensel wants us to call footy. We will call footy as Kenny Hunt dives over on the left-hand side.
Footy! Yeah, the boys, that was really lovely. Draw pass, get the pace on the outside. That's what we came to see, isn't it, Will?
That is what we came to see. Sunny skies and footy as a result. Let's hope we see more of both as this match continues. Jay Bear with a kick that's going to work its way down to the try line, but it is fielded in the end by South Africa, and they gain a nice few early meters there. Zeidenhout, the former Elvis impersonator, just making sure he's got his sporting runners coming up on the left there. And Brown was tagged by Davis. Zeidenhout again. Bit of confusion. Lots of the South Africans wanting the ball, none really in the perfect position to receive it. Now they get a little bit more flow into this attack. Whitaker with another kick. This one isn't going to be a 50-10. It's not going to go out, in fact, and Inglis loses his footing on that far side. Gareth Roach. Payne goes down the short side. Good tag coming in from Whitaker. Leary. Nice settle. Roach able to get quick ball from that. Still going. Finds Payne. 10 metres inside the South African half.
That was a really good example of why getting that quick roll is so good. Gaz was able to get up on them before they got anywhere near to setting their defensive line. That was a great... Oh! Not great. Spoke too soon. Knock on into the opposition. My speed of reaction to things today is terrible.
It was a great chase from J.K. Hannaby, but Huntington ruling that he's lost the ball forwards into the South African player's chest, and therefore it's a knock-on. So SA looking to come away with it here. And Van Heerden just managing to drop that one backwards rather than forwards. And the fake kick coming from Dave Kelly, the penalty given away. And Jay Bear takes the tap, and Kelly with the tag. He's lucky not to go to the bin or receive another penalty at the least. Roach over to Hunt, but tag made. No, you are right, Kaz. You're right, I was wrong. It is another try for Kenny Hunt.
Yeah, it's the same sort of shape of attack as we saw last time. Just Gareth Roach getting that pace on the outside to set Kenny in for the try in the corner. I think the confusion came because Kenny had all the time in the world to literally just walk that ball into for the try.
Appreciate you making the excuse for me there, Kaz, as Rogers fields that restart. Whitaker plays the ball left. And over to Van Heerden. He did have James Richard coming on the looping line.
Maddie got sold that like a sweeties to a baby.
Picnic not happy with the read of that by Hensel, but I think I'd agree with Hensel there. I don't know why I'm giving you the last name treatment.
Great pressure from Maddie to force the knock on there, though, to make up for that.
Yeah, no double error from Picnic, and then he draws the penalty. Don't worry, Maddie's family and Maddie's students, he's all right there. Just wants to make sure Jono knows that some contact was made on him. Just like the football stars of the Euros, just really milking that one. And over to Toby Lord. Good hands there, down that left flank. Whittaker with the tag. From the left touchline. GB will look to work this all the way over as the half-time hooter goes. Davis caught in possession, and so we go into the break. 6-0 the scoreline here in GB's favour.
Yeah, it's looking good for the boys out there. The second half will be all about managing the game to maintain that lead and see if they can increase it. You've got some guys who are really great at managing the game on this team, so you'll probably see that in action. I am now going to have to go to warm up my mixed opens team, who you can see up next after this game.
Thank you for joining us, Kaz, and the insight you're able to give into this men's Masters team. I'm sure Matty might actually be regretting encouraging you coming on commentary with some of the insights you were in.
Guys. 2, 3. Almost.
Get in that situation first.
Yeah.
One line, boys.
Great Britain with a 6-point lead over South Africa.
Not Benny. Good spot there. Refreshment.
Deep down into South African territory with that restart. Gambles with the tag, giving the tag box the whole length of the field that they're going to need to run. Rogers is tagged in front of his own box. Bit of confusion there between Fitzgerald and Whittaker. Loses the ball slightly for South Africa, but they do keep possession. Unfortunately, Fitzgerald catches the ball with just one tag on and the other in his hand. So South Africa not able to do much on that attacking set and kick the ball down into the GB half. Payne just seeing whether he can outfox Richard there. He's not able to. Richard equal to it. And Jones plays the ball to the right-hand side. Prout feeds Inglis. Skips past Whittaker. South Africa appealing for the contact, not getting the call from Huntington. Prout inside the South African half now. Tamura to Gambles. This line of backwards caps, and it's Lombardo who is able to go through. And the box try coming for Great Britain. A 2-point score, stretching the lead to 8 points now for Great Britain. Lombardo, part of the number of tag power couples that we have in the Great Britain setup. His partner Shelley, of course the assistant coach of the Great Britain Women's Masters and also a player in that side. Great Britain need to capitalise here. Their restart was one they managed to regather. Roach was tagged off the ball. Advantage not gained by Great Britain, despite Leary running the length of the field for the score. And in fact, Huntington ruling that this was lost forwards by GB. Not going for the tag off the ball. So South Africa with an opportunity to run back at GB here and try and get on the board for the first time. Whittaker twists those hips, but Vinlewin closes him down. Nice through the legs pass from Van Heerden. And that sunshine we enjoyed in the first half has gone away. As the rain clouds roll in again. Shortly, I'm sure, get a drenching in this one. The up and under from Dylan Rogers. It'll be nice in a game of sevens, not so nice in a game of tag, unfortunately. And so GB will be able to start their set a couple of meters over halfway. No marker there, so Leary plays the ball forwards, tagged by his opposite number. Hannaby not able to get away there. That's a great diving effort from Dave Kelly. Really a try saver despite the distance out. The speed that Hannaby was running at. Gambles makes himself a beautiful option there. Huntington, though, sees a forward pass, and so what looked to be a try for Hunt is pulled back. As Van Heerden not quite able to get past Tamura. Sorry, that was helped. Fitzgerald goes himself. Williams wants the ball played over to the left-hand side. It stays right. Through Kelly. Oh, the hands nearly working that one out to help. The tag made beforehand. South Africa lucky there because they had spilt the ball forwards afterwards. Out to Whitaker, round the back to Justin Brown on that far side. Tagged by head coach Matty Picnic. Vinlewen blocks the kick, but not played at, so the South African set comes to an end. And just a little bit of confusion here for Rogers. He felt the ball had been played at, and so South Africa. Penalty to GB as the first drops of rain in this latest rainstorm begin. Hannaby caught by Van Heerden. GB play the ball over to the left. Roach, that's a lovely break, and he's going to go all the way here. And 9th point up for GB. Gareth Roach managing to carve his way through and extend Great Britain's lead. Lovely take from James Richard. Ball kicked hard at him by Jay Bear. Tries to circle around, see if he can find a gap. Not able to do so. Inglis with the tag on the far side. Swanepoel caught there. And tag made just before the surrender on Brown. Brown involved again. Wyke, sorry, that is, who is playing the ball now. Lombardo possibly up a little bit fast there, but not called by Huntingdon. Kelly. And now Fitzgerald. He had supporting runners outside and wasn't able to use them. Good covering defence by Lombardo. Bezuidenhout. Penalty South Africa. Van Wyk will play this one. Kelly. Just a little bit of miscommunication allows that ball to go loose. Prout capitalising on it. And South Africa march back 10 metres for that infringement. Jones. Davis will just hand it off to Lord. Lord taking off his base layer at half-time due to the sunny climbs. He might regret that now as the weather closes in again. Here's Richard. Fitzgerald just handing off to Richard before the tag was made. Miss pass now. Nice tag by Prout. Still South Africa will go left. The kick stabbed through by Williams. That's going to be a challenging one for, well, it would have been challenging for Payne to deal with, but Inglis scampers back and slides on the ball shuts that down really well. Jones now managing to keep going. Fitzgerald eventually making the tag. The tiredness setting in for South Africa. Payne takes the tap and goes himself. Davis with Bear outside him. Oh, finds the gap really nicely. Still got Lombardo with him if he wants. Tries to work it back inside, but the chasing Bezuidenhout ends up being the beneficiary. Really good game awareness from Bezuidenhout there. Knew the pass was going to be coming and just needed to get himself in the right position. Fitzgerald needs to get himself back the other side of Lombardo to roll this ball. Not for the first time, a bit of a handoff coming in from Van Wyk. Flat pass, nearly works out so well from Williams to Richard. A lovely little handoff ball, but it's just a fraction forwards, and so Great Britain will have possession once again. Picnic. Spin from Davis. A tag made by South Africa. Vinluin to Bear. Hands it off to Roach and gets involved again. Superb distribution. Counts for nothing when Huntingdon calls the play back for the earlier tag. And the collision between Bezuidenhout and Fitzgerald, one that they're just both taking a moment to recover from, understandably. Hopefully they're both okay. Bezuidenhout's just going to take himself off, subbing there with Whitaker. So, although Huntingdon called GB back, they do get the penalty here. Huntingdon just wants to make sure that Bezuidenhout is off the pitch before play is restarted. Bear steps back inside, but tag made on him. Roach with options to the right. Davis. Vinluin, the long pass out to Picnic, who controls it on the foot and keeps it in field really well there. It could so easily have been spilt forwards or lost over the touchline. Prout, as pressure came on him, firing it over. 6 again for GB, a South African hand in. Gareth Williams it was, rushing up in defence. And over to Leary, who is able to just gas round the outside of Van Wyk for another GB score. 10-0 now to the Bricks. And once again, torrential rain. Not really what Kenny Hunt came to Reading for. It's not the conditions for a winger to really show their A game, but it is conditions to be able to put in nice restarts like that just skid off the wet surface. South Africa not able to stop that going over the try line, and they will need to drop kick this ball out from behind their own goal line. Inglis underneath it nicely. Those years growing up in the Welsh Valleys. Spent a lot of time, I'm sure, spent under high balls. Fields it well. Gambles to Davis. A missed pass to Roach, who tries to flick that one up Rabona style. But possession coughed up. Williams finds Van Heerden. The spin beat Vinluin, but Gambles was there in cover. South Africa did have numbers to the left. GB were needing to scramble there. Perhaps the ball not moved as far from the ruck as it needed to be by SA. Vinluin with the tag on Richard. Fitzgerald to Whitaker. Van Heerden now. Davis with a good tag. Van Wyk to Williams. and lost forward. It's a bouncing ball, just slipped through the fingers of Richard Minluan. Just over halfway. Inglis around the ruck himself, and he's still going. Two South African defenders diving from either side, unable to claim either of his tags, and into the box for a 2-point score. Great Britain 12, South Africa 0. Van Williams. Sorry, Williams did well there to keep that ball moving forward for South Africa on the restart. Not pinned back in front of their own try line this time. Van Heerden. Whittaker. Van Heerden involved again. So much of the go forward that we have seen from this South African side. It's been from Van Heerden and Williams as well. Van Wyk, who's growing into this game as it progresses. Williams will use the boot once again. He's got a good kicking game on him, Williams. This one, though, is going to just beat everyone to the GB try line. So a 7-tag set starting on the British 10-metre line now. And it is Roach who will come away with it first of all. Tamura. Jones goes to the left of the ruck. Williams misses the tag, but Van Heerden was there. Gambles now. You know, we were talking in that first half about the difference in ruck speed from the two sides, but also it's just Great Britain's ability to move the ball quickly from the ruck, as they've done so here, all the way over to the left-hand side to give the try to Ben Payne, their 13th point of the game. That's it's proving to be a real difference maker against South Africa, where South Africans quite tight around the ruck and just getting the 1 or 2 passes in as they look to build their sets. Great Britain able to play with a bit more freedom and fluidity, and it results in scores like that. Kick down to the far left-hand corner. Kelly keeps the ball alive and finds Brown. GB up very quickly in defence there. Means that's a loss of metres for South Africa. However, Huntington feels not legally and gives the penalty to South Africa for offside. A nice first hit on that one, does gain good ground. Fitzgerald, but again, just the one pass from the ruck now. That's fine in the opening few tags of a set, where you are just trying to draw the defenders in, but as the set progresses, you get to tags 4, 5. You want to be moving the ball a little bit further. It's just the... Oh, Van Heerden, though, does make the break. Picnic, Lombardo, Payne, all trying to close in on him, but Van Heerden will go for the box. We may have to go to the TMO here to confirm whether Van Heerden had control of the ball as he grounded it. He did. And a 2-point score for South Africa. Gets them on the board for the first time. Really nice to see. And hopefully they might be able to build a little bit more from that in the closing couple of minutes of this game. Nice to get something for all their efforts in this one. Williams kicks it down to Prout. He's beaten the defensive line. Sweeper comes across in Bezuidenhout and makes the tag. Picnic to Jones. Tamura at first receiver. Gambles a little wide there, so Tamura has to go himself. Prout to Picnic in off his wing. And that's going to be 6 again to Great Britain. A South African hand in there. Payne works the ball infield to Lombardo. Backwards through the hands. Tamura doesn't want to have the defence come up into his face too much. So goes to the kick. And it gets a 50-10 for GB. As Kaz said earlier in the first half, they are not easy to achieve. We've seen a couple from South Africa and now one from GB. These experienced players making it look a lot easier than it is. Tamura again involved. Lombardo with a mousetrap play. Leary to Gambles. Tagged on the hooter. Final play of the game. Can GB add to their 13-2 scoreline? Gambles, Tamura, Jones over the top to Prout. South Africa appealing for the forward pass. But it was beautifully delivered to Prout, and he does go over for the final score in this one, which will end Great Britain 14, South Africa 2. A game of two halves in terms of the weather, but it was all one-way traffic in terms of the scores on the doors. Great Britain picked up where they left off in the second half. They had a 6-0 lead at the break. They converted it into a 14-2 final score. Consummate display from Great Britain men's masters. And they will be very eager to get off the pitch now. Fairly torrential rain through that second half has turned into an absolute monsoon now. And we will be bringing you game 2 of the Mixed Open competition, which will be kicking off at 20 to 1. 12:40 for that game. A little bit of a longer break between. As the rainy season continues here in Reading, we are about to bring you the second test in the Mixed Open Series. South Africa kicking off down towards the Great Britain try line. Alex Ryan up first for GB, and some changes made to the Great Britain side from their first match of this series, and unfortunately they coughed possession up early on, so South Africa with the opportunity to attack inside British territory already. Rogers will be the recipient of a contact penalty here, as Imogen Andrews came in a little bit too hard as she attempted to make the tag. An incorrect attempt to take the penalty from South Africa goes against them though, and it is Andrews that then takes the ball up for GB. As they play the ball over to the right hand side, and Jacob Rouse. Then we see Powell feeding the ball back in field to Courtney Robinson. And Hollabon links up with Ryan, the two Yorkshiremen in midfield there. Hollabon again. Just beats the first tag, taken in the second. The Blue Skies are trying to force their way through, but it is still rain clouds directly over us at the moment. Ryan puts in the kick and gets the 50-10 for GB. Excellent play from the young man. Oh no, just short. The cheers from GB made me think that they had been awarded that one. O'Brien saying it's just short, so South Africa will take the ball away. Very close to a contact penalty being given away there. Smythe putting the shoulder in a little bit. And Rogers with the skip. But a good tag made by Robinson. Ganga not able to get away from Robinson himself either. Van der Merwe. South Africa will play this to the right. They do have numbers and a flat line, so the kick threaded through by Rogers. Ganga in fantastic position to chase it up, but unfortunately loses it forwards. And so Robinson will run the ball back at the South Africans. Rouse to Ryan. Good tag made by Van der Merwe. Rouse using this blind side. Rogers called upon in defence for South Africa. Ryan to Hollabon. The long pass over to Andrews, and again to Dudman Jones. GB will now work the ball left to right. Held up in midfield by Ryan, and they do play it out to this right-hand corner, and the try is scored. That is a lovely one by Hannah Powell. Really good hands from Rouse after Ryan's little fake pump back inside. Just held up the South African defenders that needed to chase over and cover that right-hand side. They left. And so Great Britain get the opening score, as they have done in each of the matches we've brought you so far today. GB 2, South Africa 0 now. And a very good kick from Tom Newsom of Bristol. Another like Ryan and Lampkin, who has been involved in the side for quite a while now. Really getting his opportunity in 2024 to be a leader in this team, just as he is with the Bristol sides that he plays for and coaches. And caught in possession there. Pet Ridge at first receiver, finds Lampkin. And fed out to Dudman Jones. A huge dive over the line. He does need to be careful with those. Of course, he had one try scratched off in the first game when his feet came higher than his hips. Really goes up in the air on those dives. Lampkin rolls the ball back now. Gladding towards the box. Final tag of this set. Pet Ridge out to Newsom. Over the top, through the hands of Dudman Jones and through the hands of Emma Waugh as well. Sorry, lovely try from her in game one, but not to be on this occasion. Still 2-0 to Great Britain. As the rain does ease up, South Africa working the ball all the way from the right touchline to the left, and Michelle van der Merwe, who was tagged by Lampkin. Good hold there from Ganga, nearly spilling through his hands. Lovely pass from Stoffels to receive it himself off Hodson. Shows the importance not only of putting in that great distribution, but always following up to be another option. Dudman Jones with the tag. Thala, Stoffels, Ganga, Stoffels again, Alexander. Will we see more trouble caused by an excellent step of his? Stoffels. And the British defence closing this South African attack down. A nice one from South Africa though. They started with that ball deep inside their own half and ended deep inside the GB one. Bennett throws the tags down triumphantly. Gladding beats Bennett really well there. Went left and then came back right. Now Newbold short of halfway as Thala makes the intervention. Gladding goes herself, keeps the ball alive, simultaneous there. Hollabon with Lampkin outside him. Still going, Hollabon. Stoffels eventually treks across and makes that tag. Gladding to Newbold. Shapes for the kick, instead hands it off to Pet Ridge, who himself puts the kick in. Unable to gather it cleanly. And so South Africa will take over. Michelle van der Merwe. And Alexander goes down the blind side himself. Contacts between Alexander and Lampkin. O'Brien feels Lampkin was set defensively, and therefore the penalty goes to GB. Lampkin already underway. Winds his way through. Stoffels with yet another crucial defensive stop, but the penalty will go to GB. Pull on the shorts of Lampkin before Stoffels was able to get there. Newbold. Hollabon. Bouncing ball, Ryan, nice and patient. Offers the hip and slides through. Thala with the tag this time. Gladding will go. Still working the left side, GB. Good tag by Jessica van der Merwe. Ryan. Oh, the miss pass went loose, and if Alexander had got both hands to that, he would have been away for a box try. Instead, it's Hollabon now going, and Alexander having to be the defender. Carrington. First time we've seen him on the ball. Unfortunately, lost forwards. So GB not yet able to build on that opening score. The margin still 2-0, just the one try. Contact between Rogers and Carrington. The gap was closed on Rogers, so it is a South African penalty. Stoffels with ball in hand. Fresh set of 6 for the South Africans. Nice spin coming in from Smythe. Stoffels looking to gas round Gladding. Lampkin was there though. Alexander. And a vital tag made over on the far touchline. Really, really good stuff from Megan Davids. Rogers finds Stoffels. Oh, he was surely through for a score there. He's thrown the ball behind his back and it has gone loose. And South Africa failing to score. I was worried there that Rogers' shoulder had come out. It does quite often happen. Stoffels stops Lampkin. Ryan collides with Lampkin as he tries to pick and go. It just takes the sting out a little bit and allows Rogers to get across. Once again, Rogers. 3 tags in a row. Newsom plays to Ryan. Ryan with a little trick kick. It's done really well. Oh, he had Dudman Jones outside him, but he also had Smythe herring back for the tag box, and he collects that one. South Africa escape. Alexander. Again, just unable to control it. Just feels like a matter of time before that ball finds itself perfectly in Alexander's hands. And he will race away for a score. So GB need to be really careful of that. Done well so far. 2-0. Ryan rolls back to Newsom and is involved again immediately. Robinson. Newsom with options outside. Goes inside instead. Robinson spills that one backwards. South Africa nearly able to clear it up. They will have the roll ball though. There was a little knock on in that. It wasn't all backwards from Robinson. Loose ball again. New set of 6. There's a British hand in there. Stoffels breaks and loses his footing. At least he kept hold of the ball this time. As the words and the notes of Shosholoza ring out around Reading RFC just as this South African attack builds to something really nice. Ganga beating multiple GB defenders on his way to just a few meters from the line. And that is Rogers, number 2. Pick and go. The British defence equal to it. Stoffels at first receiver. Van der Merwe outside him. Misses her. Goes to Ganga and lost forwards. Newsom clears up. Ryan twisting away from the defender, finds Newsom. He's got space in front of him. Ethan Rogers is there. Ryan goes left, fires the ball right. Simultaneous tag. Rouse keeps going. He did have try scorer Hannah Powell outside him, but the defence close in. Rouse will feed this ball to Newsom. Lost forwards by Ryan, and now South Africa, can they break? Just holding on to that one by the skin of their teeth and still going. Tag not made. Over to the right-hand side. It's the wrong call, unfortunately, from Hodson. I think he expected he would have been tagged by the time he threw that ball and would have got it back, but not to be. Carrington. Newbold just holds on and beats the first defender. Hollabon. Caught. Ryan winds through. A nice kick, although he'd already beaten a defender, and he will touch down for Great Britain's second try in this one. 3-0 they lead now. Really good team try there. Coming from the scrambling defensive efforts that put the pressure on, forced the error from South Africa, and then working together to create the gap that Ryan was able to twist through and get GB's second try as a result. Good restart, confusion between the two Rogers, Sean and Ethan, and it results in a goal line dropout to South Africa, which will be taken by Stoffels. A lovely hanging ball. Rouse, loads of time underneath it, takes it calmly. New ball. Gap surely closed on it. No, penalty given against Great Britain. The signal from O'Brien is that she jumped as she went through there. So Sean Rogers finds Stoffels and receives the ball again himself. Really nice distribution to find Smythe, but Rouse doing a great job in defence. Tyler outside Rogers. The miss pass goes to Ethan Rogers. Such pace shown by him, but he was up against the speedster himself and Dan Carrington. Sean Rogers, options running away from him left, so he looks to go right. But Gladding was there. And a Merva. So Kroner, that was. Stoffels. Options to the left, but a huge gap. Yeah, and they go right and it breaks down. There would have been a huge gap between Smythe and Van der Merwe on this side, which would have required some excellent play from South Africa. Davids passed just a little bit behind Gladding and judged to have been knocked forwards as she cleared it up. Tala will roll this back. South Africa will play to the left. Ethan Rogers. Caught by Pet Ridge. Bennett. Stoffels to Ganga. That's backwards out the hands. Who will win the competition to it? It is Kroner. Tyler. The miss pass to Smythe. Spills it backwards, but plenty of time to regather. Lampkin with the tag. Works nicely over to that right-hand side, and Kroner. Tag made at the last by Davids. Final one of this set. South Africa need to use it or lose it, and they will lose it after Hollebon makes the try-saving tag on Tala. Petridge. Strong first hit up from the young man. Lampkin steps back inside. Bennett does really well not to let him get away there. And involved once again defensively. Hollebon just cuts into Lampkin's line. And so nothing able to come from that one. Lampkin just explaining to him what he wants to see next time. Petridge kicks that far towards the left touchline. Dudman Jones was herring after it, but just not quite able to get there. So it will be a South African roll ball. 10 inside their own half, 10 metres from the right-hand touchline. Kritzman. Rogers will feed Ganga, who's got Kroner. The miss pass. Tag made on Ganga. And the Merva finds Rogers. Oh, great break from Van der Merwe. Petridge had to scamper back. And Just not able to link up there, Rogers and Hodgson. The attack breaks down for South Africa. The final play, Hooter, of this first half. So we're just going to have one more play from GB. Newsom to Ryan. Content to take the tag and go into the halftime break with a 3-0 lead. So Great Britain, the only scorers in this one. However, it is a lot closer at halftime than it was in game one. So South Africa will be really pleased with how they have played defensively. They just need to finish off their moves a little more clinically in attack in order to get onto the scoreboard. But (3-0) in this one as the second half is about to get underway. We have heard some rumbles of thunder not too far away, so we will be keeping an eye on that one. If that storm gets close, we will unfortunately have to call a pause to the day until the thunder clears. Let's hope the winds blow the storm away from us rather than towards us. Nicely taken by Ganga. Ryan up in defence though to make the tag. So the two teams look to take advantage of a brief window where we've had a game without rain so far. A rarity this weekend. Rogers steps beautifully inside Lampkin. To the outside of Lampkin, I should say. Lampkin acknowledging their game, recognises game. As Bennett beats the first defender. Ganga over to Hodgson. The show and go. Newsom just catches him as the step back inside came. And the change over. GB take possession. Carrington. Cool. Newsom fakes to the inside. Goes out. Lampkin to Ryan. Still going, Ryan. Ganga throws the tag down when he eventually manages to take it. Carrington at first receiver. Doesn't use his Bristol teammate Newsom. Ryan involved once again as he has on almost every play of this set. Deep kick downfield. Stoffels though, time to turn his cap backwards. Does of course need to be backwards on a tag field. And the slip there from Hodgson into Carrington is it's just either twisted a knee or taken a knee to the thigh there, so runs off to the far touchline to sub. Alexander gets a bit of pace going. Ganga. And a bit of a collision there, both sides. The half pause, expecting something to be called, nothing was. Alexander now. Stoffels. Ball thrown to no one really in particular. Talla does well to clear up. Carrington also involved defensively. The dart down the short side from Van der Valk. Smythe trying to find some options, fires the long pass to Alexander. Stoffels caught by Carrington. Final tag of this set. And that should actually be a penalty to GB. Stepped one side of the ruck and then the other Ganga. Penalty wasn't given, but GB closed the attack down anyway. Tag one of the set. Carrington gets it out just beyond the 10-metre line. Ryan to Lampkin. So many players from both GB and South Africa on that near side. You could have thrown a blanket over them. Kick from Ryan. And Van der Valk darts up after South Africa clear the ball up. Alexander, we knew he was going to do it at some point. Just racing up that far side. Lampkin, if anyone's going to catch him, it is going to be Lampkin. And the Merva to Ganga, the fake. Newsom with the tag. And the Merva. Ethan Rogers found Ganga, who then ran into Ryan before distributing to Stoffels. Penalty, GB for the contact. Dudman Jones. Lampkin doing really well there, trying to beat Smythe. Dudman Jones finds Andrews. Has good hands to get it out to Hollabon. Jack Payne, first time we've seen him in game 2. Courtney Robinson up over halfway for GB. Co-captain Rich Milford. Some of the big guns being brought on for mixed open for GB. Stoffels does really well as Payne was starting to build up a head of steam there. Again, Stoffels involved to make the final tag of this set. Close it out. Ganga to Michelle van der Merwe. It's a nice first tag for South Africa. Now they work the ball all the way from one side to the other. Is this their trademark style? Really varying the point of attack. It's Ethan Rogers. It's caught by Milford. GB showing though that while that point of attack may vary, if you read it well as a defence, if you get used to it, all you've got to do is slide your numbers left and right and you will be able to close it down. Not quite drawing the defenders in enough yet, South Africa, to create the gaps further out. Rogers calling for the ball from van der Merwe. Kick worked well for him the first time, the second time it's fielded by Hollabon. Gladding knew that she'd knocked on the first time, leaves the ball for South Africa, who will have a fresh set here. Van der Merwe goes right and hands off left. Kreutzmann as Hodgson sweeps round to the right-hand side. Van der Merwe just holding on to that one. And then just tossed out over the touchline by the South Africans. A let off for Great Britain at the end of that set. Milford with the first hit up. Van der Merwe catches Hollabon and Gladding will go right. Payne with Dudman Jones outside him. That acceleration from Dudman Jones, so threatening every time. You see him running up on someone's outside shoulder. Payne not quite able to get past Rogers this time. Well, we've had everything in the last couple of minutes weather-wise. We had a roll of thunder before the half started to brighten up, and now the rain coming once again. Alexander will look to go himself, puts in an early kick. That's going to go out just over halfway. And fairly favourable outcome, really, for GB. They'll be happy with that. Payne to Hollabon. Caught by Stoffels. Carrington not able to claw that one in. Grown up being told to bring this one further in field for the roll ball. She will receive the ball now, but Carrington sprinting over. Alexander. Stoffels did really well to hold on to that, especially with the gap closing on him, and that will be why South Africa have the penalty. Alexander taking that tag with tap with only one tag on. Means South Africa have given up a tag already on this set. Not what they want when they're trying to work their way back into the game. Van der Merwe. All the way over to the left touchline, and Adrienne Meredith. Hodgson, lovely cutout pass to Alexander. He had Krona with him, just dances down the touchline. Alexander, a TMO might have a thing or two to say about that try, but with no one able to check it, the try is awarded, and South Africa get themselves on the board for the first time in this one and close the gap to 2. Great Britain 3, South Africa 1. Off the body and play on. Oh, Carrington. He thought he'd been taken. He will get the penalty for the short ball though. Alex Ryan, almost unrecognisable with no bucket hat. Dances through. Maybe the change of headwear working for him. Finds Milford. Feels for a bit of contact, but play on. Perrin to Newsom. Newsom still going to Carrington. Robinson. Caught by her opposite number. Newsom to Ryan. And looks like Ethan Rogers just caught there as he made the tag. Nothing given by O'Brien. The interception is given though. Smythe, has he got the pace? Carrington chasing across on his right-hand touchline. Smythe deciding whether to go himself or look for support. And in the end, he just let Carrington close in too much. Really, really good stuff from Carrington. Smythe will be disappointed. The pick and go from Meredith. South Africa go left. Smythe loses his tag as he catches that one. South Africa know they should be on the board here. They should be within 1, if not level. And instead, they're still having to go, and I think they're going to give away the penalty here with that spin. No. No, they're not. The try has been awarded. Look from this angle like the spin was into contact, but that is a 2-point try despite the protestations of Alex Ryan. And that ties things up here. Great Britain 3, South Africa 3. With 7 minutes to go, a famous result could be on the cards here for South Africa, and that is certainly going to help them. A wonderful restart that bounced just over the head of Newsom. Great Britain needing to execute a goal line dropout here. Ryan goes for the chip kick option, hoping to get some GB runners underneath it. It was spilt backwards by South Africa, but they've done well. Ryan looking for the penalty, not getting it. Loose ball from South Africa. They've got to be careful here. They're back in the game. They must capitalise on it. They want to give away possession cheaply. Kreitzman rolls back to Rogers. Alexander. Back off the hand of Krona, who does well there to find Kreitzman. Newsom. A real nuisance in defence. And South Africa lose ground. Ganga steps back inside. Newsom again involved. Over to Hodgson on the left-hand side. A great kick. And he's gathered. And he loves that, Hodgson. He absolutely loves that, and well he might. That is a beautiful score for South Africa. That takes them into the lead for the first time. Indeed, the first lead we have seen today on the live stream for a South African side. Absolutely brilliant stuff from the tag box, and they will hope to build from here. We need to go back to halfway to take the kickoff though, and Smythe will want to make sure he's got both tags on. Huge score from South Africa there. Lampkin gathers well. This will be a real test for this fairly young, fairly new Great Britain mixed open side. They win the penalty and Newsom takes it quickly and gets almost up to halfway. But then they cough up possession. GB haven't been in this position this weekend. And a lot of these players in their international debut weekend will not have found themselves chasing such a high stakes game. A second penalty for South Africa. Smythe to Van der Merwe. GB have to shut this attack out. They do not want to concede 3 scores in a row. Rogers thought he was through. Stoffels to Alexander. Finds Kroner. Gladding with a really good tag before Kroner was able to throw herself over the line. And in the confusion where South Africa thought they'd scored, time is bought for GB to ensure they're fully set defensively as Alexander looks to step, but a great tag from Liv Lampkin. Final chance of this set for South Africa, just a couple of meters out. Stoffels over the top to no one in particular. Bennett does well. Smythe back inside to the captain. Kreutzmann running out of options. Running out of space as well, South Africa, and it is Ryan that makes the tag that closes the set. O'Brien just making sure the roll ball is taken from the correct position. Ryan goes himself and receives the penalty. It's a short pull before his tag was taken. Lampkin now. Great defensive effort from Bennett. Hollebon. Caught by Kreutzmann. Ryan. And that will be a tag to South Africa there as Ryan lost his footing. Lampkin still going incredibly. Stoffels called into action. And here goes Hollebon. Dudman Jones cuts back inside. Oh no, the tag was simultaneous and the try line was beckoning for Imogen Andrews. She just wasn't able to hold on to it. Can South Africa hold on to this 1-point lead? Just a couple of minutes to go. Alexander. Stoffels caught by Gladding. Great Britain might get one more chance in this game. South Africa, no, the further they make it down the field on this set, the better their chance of gaining a historic win. Oh, wonderful effort from Lampkin. Ganga in no rush to take this roll ball. Management of the clock so vital here for South Africa. Kreutzmann gets away from Ryan initially. Final tag of the set. The final throw of the dice coming up from Great Britain. Stoffels will want them to have to run from deep. This is going to go all the way over the try line. Maximum opportunity for Great Britain because this gives them a 7-tag set. Hollebon takes the tap. 6 to go in this set. Perrin caught by Ganga. Milford to Payne. What can he inject? Hollebon up over halfway. GB still going. New set of 6 for GB. Davids. Tag 1. Robinson tag 2. Final play hooter. It is now or never for Great Britain. Payne goes short side. Fine. No, looks to find Carrington. It's loose. The knock on comes and O'Brien calls an end to this one. A historic result. South Africa 4, Great Britain 3. The first time South Africa have beaten the Great Britain mixed open side. That is absolutely massive, and you can see how much it means to the South African players as they hug one another there. High fives from both sides after the game. Really tight throughout, despite GB having got into a 3-point lead. They weren't able to build on it in the second half, and we will go to a third and deciding test match in this series. Absolutely massive stuff that for South Africa. That'll be the penultimate game of the day that we bring you. And kickoff will be at 3. So test 4 between Great Britain Men's Open and South Africa Men's Open. And it is South Africa coming out bright and breezy with a wonderful opening salvo. That does fall short in the end of getting them to score. But certainly showing positive attacking intent. Willits to McDermott. Is caught by Fortune. Turner will be enjoying the singlet being the right choice of clothing for one of the first times this weekend. Irvine with the kick. And Saunders does well to get down there, tries to dance his way around Jake Jones. It's rare that people were able to do that. He did manage to distribute quickly enough. And a kick and chase from Grobler pins GB back in their own half. Willits losing his footing. Turner darts up this right-hand side. McDermott infield to Willits. And Jones over the top and over the touchline. South Africa will take possession. Grobler, who put in that great kick and chase just moments ago, will roll the ball back. And South Africa will go on the blind side through Sean Clark. And here's Hageman. And Saunders over to Klink. Didn't see too much of him in that first game. Saunders not quite able to get the ball away before his knee hit the ground. The cut-out pass there to Bezuidenhout. And this is going to be the opening score of the game. It's a box try for Sean Clark. Cutting through there like a lion. He grew up in game reserves across South Africa, did Sean Clark. Showing real predatory instinct there as he sniffed his way to the line. We've just had a very famous result. South Africa beating Great Britain 4-3 in the mixed open. South Africa then opening the scoring in this men's opens game. Could we see a repeat here? It's a fairly comprehensive win. The first of the men's open games that we brought you on the stream this morning. So South Africa will need to have a very different result to overturn that, but starting well in their attempts. Tag was made on Wilkes, so GB will have to bring this ball back. Wilkes scythes through, and only Saunders can stop him from getting the box try. McDermott launches the dive, but the tag is made. Turner to Harkins. Wonderful bust through the defence there by Harkins. Gets Great Britain on the board. South Africa 2, GB 1. Most of the play down the right-hand side, drawing the South African defenders in to that half of the field, creating a space on the left-hand side where Harkins was the eager recipient. And Powell with the restart. He made the move from mixed open to men's open this year You're looking to bring all of his experience and creativity to this men's open side. One of the most talented players we've got in the Great Britain setup. The kick down the wing from De Jonge, from South Africa, sorry. De Jonge not able to get there. They maintain possession over to the try scorer. Now Nordien running laterally. Saunders coming in from deep, puts in the kick. Not quite able to gather it. That would have been a beautiful try. And near the box, it could have put South Africa in a 3-point lead. As it is, the margin remains at 1 as Ampau starts to break up towards halfway. Barron back inside to Fisher. As to take a second attempt to roll that one back. Wilkes is through. A try that Russ Reed absolutely loves. Nick Wilkes levels things up here for Great Britain. That lovely lead that South Africa had got themselves into ends up being short-lived. Ampau, the Mario Kart champion, puts that ball down towards the left-hand touchline. Barron with the tag. Spilt backwards by Smith, so South Africa able to carry on this attack. For Ampau makes the tag. And the kick was put in. The contact was then made. The ruling was that Bezuidenhout, after putting in the kick, continued on into the defender, and that was what caused the contact. Clark very happy with that tag on Willits. Ampau to Irvine, and the gap in front of Irvine where Clark had burst up in defence. Huge ground gain by GB. Barron not able to execute there on the pass to Waters. He'll be frustrated with that one. But good intensity from GB to have gained so much ground in just a few tags. Saunders with the kick. Just sits up for Waters. Beats the first couple of defenders. Now he's going to be, well, he was going to be one-on-one with Saunders, but scampering back in defence was Meyer. Sawyers. Irvine caught there again by Meyer. Sawyers able to get away. Willits to Irvine again. Just varying this point of attack so much, Great Britain. As soon as South Africa think they're going in one direction, they go the other. Makes it so hard for the South Africans to defend. Turner, calm there as the ball was bouncing towards him. Found Irvine. South Africa, though, holding firm. Irvine to Turner with the distribution. And it's going to be a lovely try to Josh Crew that takes the lead for GB. 3 successive 1-point scores turns Great Britain from a 2-point deficit into a 1-point lead in this game. Just over midway through this first period, as McDermott will thump the ball down and force the goal line dropout from South Africa. It's Great Britain get themselves set to try and cover every corner of this field. Saunders drop kicks the ball. Beautiful spin on that allowed the South Africans to chase it, but nice and calm from Josh Crew. McDermott eventually tagged. Fisher. Turner darts through. Final tag of the set. Can GB extend their lead? No, they cannot. Nordian with a crucial tag. Turns possession over to his side, and Saunders feed Clark. South Africa look to come away from their own line. Remember, just the one score for the South Africans so far. 2-pointer right at the beginning of the game from Clark. Grobbelaar. Nordian shapes for the kick. That one over shoulder height. So advantage is being played for GB. It's good chase by Grobbelaar. And with the tag made on Crew, GB will come back to where the kick was taken from, having not gained any advantage from the infringement. Fisher's through. Good tag made just as the ball had been fed out to Reed. And again by Nordian, before Wilkes could find Turner. De Jonge goes himself. Oh, a lovely spin through the two closing South African defenders. So I think either collided with one another or the ground. Both back up and okay. And a man who was certainly okay is Nick De Jonge. A man who loves the dive more than any other I have seen in the international game. And his dive that time was into the back right corner of the box. A 2-point try for GB sees them into a 3-point lead. 5-2 now. That kick is going to be long on the restart. South Africa will have a tap on halfway. Just waiting for the ball to be returned, which will give GB time to get their defensive line set. What have South Africa got? Sensitive first couple from South Africa before Nordian flings the ball out. Saunders has to take it from behind himself. Finds Meyer. Closed down by Sawyer and Waters. Saunders involved again. Nordian cuts back to his left-hand side. Saunders such a workhorse, always involved. Tag made by Sawyer. He's known for his incredible attacking prowess, but crucial involvement defensively. The advantage for South Africa for the offside. And so South Africa, with just 10 metres between them and the GB try line, will have another set of 6 in which to score their second try. Meyer. Zeidenhout trying to draw one of the defenders out of the line. Wilkes makes the tag on the second grab. Great distribution there. Grobbelaar not able to do anything though. Tag made before the dive by Ampa. Saunders plays it left to Bezuidenhout. Such a challenging running style to get that tag. Just as he comes towards you, he manages to pull back at exactly the same speed. Contact made there, straight into the defender. Penalty goes against South Africa. GB hold out once more. Sawyer, there's that attacking prowess we're talking about. Ampau. As Nordian closing in on him quickly. Wilkes to Reed. Barron kicks from dummy half. That is played at by South Africa, so it is going to be a Great Britain roll ball. And a nice end result for GB from that set. Irvine running hard onto the ball. Hugging him with the tag. Williams to Ampa. Back involved, Williams, space in front of him. Going to get the penalty for the short pull here. Sam Powlett takes the tag and immediately fires across to Barron. This time his pass to the wing is absolutely inch perfect into the hands of Russ Reed, who rolls over for GB's 5th try of the game, their 6th point. 4 points the margin now. Played out by South Africa and just kept in by Nordiem. Meyer. Svanevelde to Clark and all the way over to that right-hand touchline. Svanevelde dives on it. He's entitled to. When the ball goes loose, the attacking team can dive on it. The defending team cannot. And because Jones did attempt to dive on it, that's why South Africa have the penalty here. This will be the final play of the half. South Africa with the ball in midfield and one more chance to close the gap before the break. Saunders tries to step round. Tag made before he kicked it into touch. And a half-time score of Great Britain 6, South Africa 2. After the South Africans opened the scoring with that wonderful
meant to be alright, I think, for the next up to about 4. That'd be good. The fact that we went from those first rolls of thunder to... Yeah.
There's the whistle from Huntington. We are underway in the second half of this fourth test between Great Britain Men's Open and South Africa Men's Open. Quick first couple of hits from Great Britain. Already just 10 from halfway. Barron and Ampau linking back up. Fisher finds Wilkes. De Jonge. So much pace that he's able to run onto that ball with. Fisher again. Again, GB varying the point of attack so quickly. Just lovely ball through the hands. So, as you watch it, you can hear practically nothing as the ball goes from one set of hands to the other. So soft, just on the fingertips. Ampau, brilliant exponent of that kick to himself. Just like Nick Wilkes, his teammate. Fisher steps back inside, he's still going. This will be a score for Great Britain. 7-2 now. Fisher doing really well to fox the defender, just draw him to the outside and then step back on the in. As the subs are made. All the experience of Ollie Greenhill being brought onto the field, as well as that of Andy Harkins, who together with Greenhill will close down that first South African run of the set, as D'Oliveira is caught by Waters. Saunders, lovely pass out from Swanevelde, and then over all the way to Meyer. The youngest man in this South African team is surely going to score their second try. No, Sawyer, never giving up, makes the tag over the line, and there's going to be a penalty for Great Britain. They shove after the tag was made, counting against the South Africans, who really should have narrowed the gap there. Just needing that presence of mind there to get the ball down as soon as he was over the line, maybe taking a couple of diving lessons from Nick De Jonge would have helped. Second penalty for GB really relieves the pressure, as well as giving field position to the side. Greenhill just struggling for grit a little bit there. Turner caught by Nordian. Williams. And the ball's just loose and rolling backwards. GB maintain possession now. Jake Jones. Nordian really doing all the tagging by himself at the moment. Just moving so quickly from the marker. Greenhill looks to find Harkins, but instead gets Waters on the wing. It's a beautiful fake switch between him and Harkins. And a wonderful line down the wing from Waters. 8-2 now, GB. South Africa with so little time to get their defensive line set, work out who they are marking. GB's ruck speed being so fast. We see the conventional South African style of attack, working from one touchline to the other in a single play, sorry. Saunders looked at the kick, decided it wasn't on. Finds Grobbelaar, who didn't realise he could still keep going. Just manages to keep his feet there. Big clink. It's very close. But then the ball spurts out over the touchline, and GB take over. De Jonge. Irvine to Fisher, to Williams. Jones spills it backwards, and can D'Oliveira capitalise? He beats the tag from Williams. He's going to beat Fisher in the foot race. Wonderful try by D'Oliveira. South Africa on the board again. The margin down to 5, and the celebrations from South Africa. Fantastic to see, just as stylish as the try itself. Meyer with the tag on Crew. Ampa to Barron. Svanewalde with the tag. Not the only sport that Svanewalde represents South Africa internationally for. He's also an underwater hockey player. I'm sure the lung capacity needed for that helps him on the tag field as Wilkes sprints away and he's looking for the box and dives like a salmon into those orange cones for the 2-point score. Just a few minutes ago we were saying at one end that you've got to stay alive to the play once the players cross the line, as Sawyer made the try-saving tag over his own try line. That time Wilkes knew that crossing the line meant the play was not over. There was still the opportunity for more points, and he took them. Clark did well, clearing up that bouncing ball on the restart. Meyer on the far left side. Clark with only one tag on. Pulls his hands back, so the ball goes to Svanewalde. And over now to Grobbelaar. And Bezuidenhout, as he spins past Waters, goes into Harkins, but play continues. Svanewalde. Klink. Sawyer with the tag. That ball just a little bit too high for Waters to take cleanly. Catches his fingertips and goes into touch, which will mean it is South African possession from this roll ball. Good field position for them to once again try and narrow the gap to GB. Zeidenhout into Saunders. Finds Clark. And Huntington is just going to come in to speak to the two teams here. His decision is that the gap was closed on Clark. Penalty South Africa. He's not happy with what he sees there either. He wanted the South Africans to wait. Greenhill just wanting a clarification on that from Huntington. Still South Africa in possession. This new set of 6. Clark worried that no one was coming to pick that ball up. Saunders to Nordien. Forward pass there from South Africa. Coughs up possession. And GB's lines hold out once again. Harkins goes himself. I don't know whether you can hear on the stream, but Barron barking orders and encouragement to his players, really making sure that they get on the front foot here. They are up into South African territory. Now it is Barron on the ball. Calls the cruise, finds Harkins. But Nordian straight in there to make the tag and force GB onto the 5th and final one of this set. The kick from Ampau was simultaneous with the tag that was taken. And so the set comes to an end as Ampau regains the ball. Nordian to the short side. And Bezuidenhout. Saunders with a low pass, difficult for his teammate to gather. And so possession will switch back to GB. Great Britain just taking the time to decide what move they want to run off this penalty. It's Sawyer deployed through the middle with the kick. Tag made. Untidy at the roll ball, but GB keep possession. Barron looked to use Greenhill on the looping line, decided not to in the end. Turner to Harkins. Beautifully quick hands from Harkins, but the penalty given away for the contact. Also a signal for forward pass there, so not certain which of the calls we're going with, but either way, it's South African possession. Bullet pass over to the left touchline. Saunders back to Meyer. It's the South African support. Starts up a chant, trying to urge their team deep into GB territory. Full of running, this South African side. It's so hard to do anything with it when the defence is coming at you the way Miles Turner was just there, and he's on the spot again to clear up that kick. Reed carves round Clark, still going. Tagged by Svanevelde. Sawyer will feed Ampau to Greenhill. Turner outside him with Harkins and Waters. Harkins cuts back inside, keeps it alive to Greenhill. Still going, GB. Close to a fend there as Turner brought the ball down, but play carries on. Williams inside the South African half now. Greenhill goes for the kick. Loose ball gathered up by South Africa. No, Huntington is going to bring it back. So penalty to Great Britain. Jones with the tap. Williams carves through. Lovely curving run over for the single point score. And GB 11, South Africa 3 now. With just over 5 left in this one. Ball through the hands of Klink there, but gathered by Kiewit. And Nordian Clink. Saunders. And not able to get away there, Chandler Smith. I thought he was. Chandler Smith, of course, previously a pro gamer before getting involved in tag internationally. Might want to have a chat with Ampal after the game. Who knows whether he's also a superstar at Mario Kart. De Jonge just making sure that Wilkes didn't get Falcon there as the ball was thrown forwards. Goes himself. Can't carve his way past Saunders. Fisher wants to split play, but ends up just passing to Williams anyway. Wilkes, De Jonge, still going. The stats on tags made by Saunders in this game would be fascinating to see. Wouldn't be surprised if it was one of the highest individual numbers. Well, as the ball's lost forwards by GB, South Africa will have the opportunity to turn defence into attack. Long pass over the top to no one in particular. Nordian had to do a clear-up job and takes the ball to the head for his efforts. Smith was trying to step back inside there and stepped out. So GB back in possession. Willits to Irvine as Jones cuts back in with his score. Fisher now finds De Jonge and over to Crew. And leapt athletically, but the tag had already been made on De Jonge. Wilkes. Fisher. Irvine. And Wilkes' tag just falls off. Athletic defence by Fortune. Fisher and De Jonge linking up wonderfully. No tag made. You've got to get up early to manage to tag De Jonge in the air, but Nordian was able to. And another changeover. South Africa just a couple of metres from the line. Error from South Africa. That ball passed to no one really. Hits the ground over the try line. They're going to have to drop kick this ball out to GB. Last time they did this, it was really nice, short hanging ball. This time they go longer and flatter, and it could find touch as it speeds up off the surface there. De Jonge does well. Tries to work back in field. Finds Williams. Now the South African defence up. Fisher receives that ball nice and flat. Gains 20 metres for it. There's the final play, hooter in this one. The kick from Irvine is gathered by Nordien. Still he goes. Oh, the interception nearly from Wilkes. Lost forwards, and that'll be that. Great Britain 11, South Africa 3. 4 games to 0 in the 5-test series for GB with just 1 match remaining. That'll be the final game that we bring you here today from Reading RFC, kicking off at 4:10. So South Africa showed real promise early on with a wonderful box try, 2 points up, but GB just methodically worked their way back into the game and then stretched their lead, and by the time South Africa scored their 3rd point, GB were already well ahead, and we're not going to be reined in from there. Do make sure you join us for that final game, because it could be the last time that we get to see Ollie Greenhill in a Great Britain singlet. He's been such an instrumental player in taking Great Britain to the level that they are at, not only in Men's Open but across the programme, with his the support he's given the other teams and his willingness to provide coaching tips to his GB teammates across the setup. He is moving with his partner Flory, another GB legend, to the UAE this summer, and so we certainly will be having to wave goodbye to him from a GB point of view for a while. Who knows what the future holds, whether the two of them may one day be back plying their trade for the seniors or the masters teams for GB. But Stanis, is that 1 or 2? So Great Britain with the early lead in this one. 1-0 up against South Africa men's seniors. First time we're getting to see Great Britain men's seniors on a live stream today. And similarly to the mixed open side, quite a changed men's senior side compared to the one we took to the World Cup last year. Also with an all-new coaching setup. Tony Musgrave, who you'll have seen on our social media yesterday in the interview that we did with him and the captain Tom Entwistle. Tony with a huge amount of coaching experience in rugby union and rugby league. A fan of the most successful rugby league club of all time in Wigan Wizards, or Wigan Warriors, sorry. Thinking of our tag rugby Wigan team. And then Dave Dunk, who has been involved in coaching the South London Seals men's 40 side. And now is his opportunity at international level. New coaches often bring with them new players. But there are some, of course, who've been involved for a while. One of whom was Nick Samworth, who we saw there attacking down the left-hand flank for GB. South African men's senior side, many of them UK-based, including Roger Rebello, who in fact runs the TTR Thames Valley licence. Reading RFC, one of the clubs within that licence. As Roger Rebello feeds James Visser, who's in a dual role this weekend, not only playing for South African men's seniors, but also the team doctor for the South African sides. Talking of dual threats, Mike Brent there on the ball also has put together a number of the GB players in his role as a physio. And even filled in as official GB physio a couple of years ago when he was out injured and unable to play at the international level. Just caught there before he could build that attack. As Murch finds Connor Thompson. And the GB debutants this weekend, Rebello, clearing up Thompson's kick. As Wenzel tries to slide his way through, but Ainsley able to make the tag. And Carmichael distributes quickly to Wenzel. Visser waits patiently at first receiver. That ball just a little too high, and O'Brien judges it to be lost forwards. It's always on Rob Murch, rolls the ball back for Thompson. Ainsley goes down the blind side, but Carmichael makes the tag before he can get it to Stanworth, who himself only had one tag on anyway. I'm not sure he's realised that yet, or indeed quite where that missing tag is. So GB will hope they keep playing it to the right-hand side here as Thompson weaves his way through, and he's still going. Oh, wow, that is going to be a wonderful score for Great Britain. Multiple South African defenders left clutching at the air as they were unable to grab Thompson's tag. And GB move into a 3-point lead. Well fielded there by Schultz. Carmichael rolls back to Tassel with a superstar referee, Steve Tassel. And now showing us what he can do on the pitch as well. So the kick coming in from South Africa, rebound or ricocheted off the GB defender, and then kicked again by South Africa dangerously. You're not allowed to kick that close to other players in case they're reaching for the ball, and so GB get the penalty, and let's come away with it here. Wonderfully quick hands from the GB players. It's going so well. Ultimately, though, ends up in the hands of Schultz. Valcarcel. Schultz again. Rebello. Play this in field. Jappy just ducks out of the way of it so he doesn't knock the ball on, and it's worked out relatively okay for South Africa. So they get up to Neville Gahano, who makes the tag. Carmichael with the kick. And the slide coming in from Bloom. He is allowed to do that, but the penalty has been given to South Africa. I'm not sure whether O'Brien judged that Bloom's dive nearly took him into the chasing South Africans. Ground had been gained really well by Nico Prinsloo, but the ball just spilt forward at the ruck by South Africa. Means Great Britain will take possession. Button, the 10 jersey. Thompson to Gahano. Threads his way through, not so subtly, and gains the penalty as the gap was closed on him. Dickinson caught just the other side of halfway, and Jappy's down. O'Brien's just going to call a halt here for Jappy to get back up and for us to make sure he's okay. If you were watching that interview yesterday with Musgrave and Entwistle, it's Gahano who sprints down the wing, puts in the kick and pulls in the late tag. Come back to my point in a moment about Gahano. We see some great play, gap closed on Button. This is 3 penalties. Lovely stuff from Button to extend GB's lead, 4-0. So yeah, what I was going to say about Gahano is that if you watched that interview yesterday, you'll have seen Tom Entwistle wearing a women's cancer prevention Papua New Guinea t-shirt. The men's seniors side raising money for that fantastic charity this weekend, and trying to get in as many donations as possible. If you check out their Instagram page, or indeed the stories shared on Great Britain's Instagram, you too will be able to donate to that really important cause that is very close to the heart of Neville Gahano and indeed this whole GB men's seniors side. Dickinson rolls back to Thompson, played over to Bab, and then all the way over to Joel Watson in that right-hand corner for another GB score, 5-0. Jack Knowles onto the field for GB and taking the restart. Prinsley. Good hands there from Valcastle. Prinsley again. Jappy. Go to the blind side. Kisa not able to get away from the most recent try scorer, Watson. Visser. Schultz. Schultz only stopped on his rampage up the field there by a diving tag from Mike Brent. Kisa with the kick. He's going to win the race to the ball. Managing to get there just before Stanworth cut across, but he lost it forward, and so GB will be able to come away with it. Knowles. Murch at dummy half finds Ainsley. As 3 South African defenders close in on Ainsley. Stanworth recognises that going quickly could work really well here. Visser, solid in defence, however. Yates will play the ball right to Knowles, with Murch outside him. The kick from Murch takes a little hit for his efforts, as Kisa slips, gathering the ball. And then the error from South Africa, ball thrown over the touchline. We give good field possession to Mike Brent and the GB men's senior side here. Bloom goes in at dummy half, finds Hayes. Knowles. Ainsley decides not to give it, and Prinsley in with the tag. McKenzie, sorry, with the tag. Brent slices through and hits the box, 4-2. Great Britain 7, South Africa 0. Really nice display this from the men's senior side. Yesterday, they played South Africa men's seniors in their first test. They won that one. They then played South Africa men's masters, picked up win 2 from 2 before a big test against South African men's open, and we've seen how good they are in their matches on the live stream today, and our men's senior side managed to pick up the win there as well. So they went 3 from 3 yesterday. This is their second and final game on Sunday, their 5th match of the weekend, looking to close out with another victory, and they are in pole position in that respect, already 7-0 up, still inside the first half. And that ball forward from Carmichael to Visser. Shame that for South Africa, because it would have been a lovely break. Instead, Carmichael has to hand that ball over to Knowles, and GB will look to create something through Gahano. the way over to Bloom on that right-hand side. Ball feeds it back infield to Bab. Knowles decides not to use Dickinson. Passes a floated ball to Poole that very nearly could have been intercepted. Dickinson. As Ainsley cuts back inside, the options just weren't quite there, and onto the final tag of the set. Knowles, lofted pass over to Bloom on the wing, back inside. But tag made on Poole, and South Africa hold out on this occasion. Carmichael rolls it back, Kisa goes. Poole involved defensively now. Carmichael waits at first receiver. Distributes to Prinsloo. That'll be Visser. The Doctor puts in the kick, which is brilliantly taken by Gahano, and what can he do now? Running forward and diving for the line. It is going to be another score for Great Britain, and the crowd really enjoyed that. A piece of individual brilliance from Neville Gahano. Catching the ball wonderfully off the kick from Visser, and then just winding his way through the central South African defence for the score. Carmichael with the soccer kick through, and that one off the knee, then Watson able to clear it up. And there is open field on this left side for GB. Back inside to Thompson from Yates. Dickinson, quick hand, still going. Bab now. He's got Poole outside him. Just wasn't able to make that final pass stick. But the penalty is going to be given to Great Britain. Brian saying South Africa's dived on the ball there, which as the defending team, they're not able to do unless it's a kick. So Stanworth clears up and somehow manages to beat Diedrichs down that left-hand side, despite having about as much space as you would in a bird box. Button now and Thompson in midfield, but Jappi closes him down. Dickinson to Bab. Loose ball, but a hand in there from South Africa. A fresh set of 6 to GB. Poole thought he could cut back inside on Kisa there. Bab. A collision there. Closing the gap is the call. Jappi will have to go back to his try line. Thompson to Button. Dickinson. Dickinson still going. It's going to be another GB try. Another single pointer. 9-0 now. What GB did really well there was drawing the South African defenders over to the left-hand side of the field. As GB looked at it, which allowed them to then, or allowed the try, skipping over on the right-hand side. Final play, Hooter in this first half, cleared up by Yates. So we're nearly about to get underway again in the second half of this men's seniors test match, the final one of the series. And it's been largely one-way traffic so far. 9-0 the score, and you'd have to say South Africa, well, they have shown flashes of what they can do in attack. They've not quite given us the full picture, and so that is what they will want to be doing in this closing 40 minutes. It's last chance for them on this tour to Great Britain, the first time that South Africa has toured GB. And it's been a really wonderful opportunity for us to welcome the 4 South African sides that have made the journey here. Kick coming in from Jack Knowles and dealt with nicely.
Benji, go left now, Benji, go left. I'm behind you. Nice. Stay right now, Ben. Stay right, Ben. Benji, come in and drop it. Come in, green boots is your roof. Left, What's the inside ball? Yes!
Penalty GB. Murch. And worked through the hands of Benji Hayes to Mike Bloom on this near touchline. Knowles with Ainsley and Gahana outside him. Ainsley just slipping before the pass got to him. Does well to recover and get the ball to Murch. Murch, however, had no options really, so had to take the tag himself. Ainsley sweeping through, and this could be a bot. This one. Thank you. Jappy finds Rebello. Just loses his footing, Jappy, and struggling to right himself there. It's Carmichael. Feeds Valcarcel. Jappy trying to come up with something there. In the end, South Africa, the beneficiaries of a penalty, but the play itself hadn't really worked out for them. Wenzel down this left-hand touchline. Carmichael to Prinsloo. Prinsloo with the busting line and diving into the box for the opening score for South Africa in this one. They won't have been pleased with the first half results, but they are underway in the second period, 11-2. It's quite a long road to come back into this one. But that is the path they have to tread, South Africa. Bab fields that one with his foot. Thompson. Button. The fake switch to Dickinson. And Benji Hayes keeps the ball alive. Dickinson. And Stanworth racing down that left wing. Final tag of the set. What can Thompson do? Finds Button, who was through. If it wasn't for the cover defence of Carmichael, that would have been another 2 points for GB. So, just the length of the field to go as Kisa tagged for South Africa. Lovely dancing feet from Wenzel. Jappy, Carmichael on the hard line. Prinsloo lurking to the right of the ruck. Had a bit of confusion as to whether Jappy should be throwing that to him or Mackenzie. Prinsloo clears up and does well. Gets a bit of stability back into this South African attack. Carmichael with the early kick. After there was clearly nothing really on for South Africa, and that one is going to go long. That's going to give a tap and a 7-tag set to Great Britain. Gap very much closed on him, but penalty not given. Thompson with the kick. Rebello chasing after it. Safely goes down to one knee. Castle caught by Stanworth. Jappy again looking to create something as he wraps around. Nothing on there for Wenzel. Kisa down the blind side. Jappy hands it off to Prinsloo. The missed pass now to Tassel. Dickinson, great step. Ainsley, caught by Jappy, who's up so fast in defence on that occasion. Dickinson still going, and he has found Hickson on that left wing for another Great Britain try. 12-2 now. A lofted restart from GB is not going to work for them. It's gone out on the full, and it will be a South African tap on halfway. Rebello just holds on to that ball. Kisa will play it infield to Carmichael with Tassel outside him. And over to Diedrichs on that far side. Loose ball, Murch puts in the kick. And it's going to be Great Britain possession. Nice. Oh, just as I was about to say, a nice swerving run from Rob Poole down this right flank. His tag falls off. Bloom decides to take up the baton on this side. Murch with Bab in field. That pass just reaching Ainsley's fingertips. Gahano still got Hickson outside him. Tag made by Prinsloo. Try saver there. That ball behind Knowles. This will give South Africa's defence time to get up into the GB's face. And a contact penalty. Off the ball after the kick, given to GB. Murch. Bab. Gahano is able to just inject so much pace onto the ball every time he receives it, even from a standing start. This line quite flat here from men's seniors. And they get away with one. Nearly an interception thrown, but Carmichael not able to gain full control of the ball. Goes forward and a new set of 6 for GB. Murch slaps that one on quickly. Really good stuff from him. Bloom steps back inside and he will dot that ball over the line for Great Britain's 13th point. Button. The restart that ricochets off Visser's chest and is cleared up by Prinsloo. Kisa not quite able to skip round Benji Hayes, who then tags Visser. Jappy. Button with the tag. Jappy gets away from Button, puts in the kick, and then gives away the penalty on halfway. Just as that attack was looking to turn into something really nice for South Africa, GB will again come back at the tag box. Thompson, who's been full of running from first receiver. Dickinson, the dart. Button has Yates outside him, but he can't take that one cleanly. Changeover comes. Brinsu fires it out to Varcastle, who did really well to grab a hold of that one. Prinsloo with the missile over to the left-hand side, and Wenzel just manages to stay in field as he goes out to the outside shoulder of Benji Hayes. Visser not able to get past Brent. Carmichael. Ball rolling over its long axis. Stanworth did well clearing it up. Yates finds Button. And GB already on the attack before the South African line was set. Slow roll ball though does allow the South Africans to get themselves in a better position on this occasion. Ainsley steps back inside. Cut out pass. to Joel Watson. And a lovely kick from him. Bounces off the South Africans and into touch. So GB keep possession. 13 on 13, a little knock from the two of them, Dickinson and Visser, but GB still continuing on the attack. Brent goes himself, and the defence just opens up like the Red Sea as Brent adds another point onto GB's tally, which now stands at 14 points. As number 14, Connor Thompson, looks to take the restart. 5 to play. The force field rule is in effect, so although Rebello gathers that cleanly, he's taking it over his goal line, and it will be a goal line dropout for South Africa. Forced to kick it back to GB possession. Hickson just about keeps that in field. Finds Yates, who's done well there. Fab plucks out the air in front of himself. Fab just thinking about what he was going to do next. Ball bounces out off hard hands. So Prinsloo take it up. Diedrichs to Kisa. Carmichael running onto it at speed and putting the kick in. He can't gather it. Dickinson can't gather it. And South Africa will keep possession on the halfway line. Pass from Prinsloo to Diedrichs, just a little too far ahead of Diedrichs. And into touch. GB take over. Loose ball really well picked up by Yates, and he flung it out the back of his hand. It's allowed Watson to put this kick in down into the right-hand corner. Tag made. 3 in the set so far. Thompson, as Yates goes on the switch line. Ainsley. Crucial tag made by Carmichael to keep Ainsley out and to end the GB set there. Mackenzie thought he was away for a moment. One of the debutants in this South African side, just like Diedrichs and Valcastle, most of whom we've seen a fair bit of in this game. This is through, and he has support in Carmichael, who once again puts the kick in. It looked lovely, but Visser was in front of Carmichael when the kick was made, and so South Africa will have to come back, having conceded the offside penalty. It was a game of football, that would have been a lovely play. Unfortunately, in a game of tag, it means GB take over possession. Diedrichs with the tag on blue. Murch with a skip. GB continuing to play. Prinsloo thought he'd made that tag, and I think half of South Africa did as well. GB weren't convinced, and more importantly, nor was O'Brien. Passes came through the hands quickly from the British players before the ball ended up in the hands of Alex Hickson, who dotted down for the final score of the game, because the all-time hooter then rang out. And so this one finishes Great Britain 15, South Africa 2. And Great Britain men's seniors wrap up their series with another win, and it has been a very successful weekend for this side. So many new players and a new coaching team. There's a lot of learning on offer. And they've learned through success, they've learned through victory. And they will be looking forward now to the British and Irish Cup on the 24th and 25th of August at University College Dublin with enthusiasm. I'm sure the Irish men's seniors will have been watching some of this footage themselves, wanting to see what they're going to be up against at that point. We look forward to that contest in just under a couple of months. And we also look forward to the final 2 games of the day. We will be bringing you very shortly at 4:20. It will be the 3rd and final test of the Mixed Open series. Remember, it stands at 1-1. The hooter has gone, the whistle follows. We are underway in Test 3 of this Mixed Open Series. It is Great Britain 1, South Africa 1 in this, as we go into this third and deciding test. Jack Payne breaks through. The early bust from GB sets up a brilliant platform. Cod, with patience, just waits for that ball to bounce into her arms. Milford, the co-captain, will open the scoring. This is exactly the way GB need to come out of the blocks if they are going to tie this series up. I think they were a little bit stunned by the way South Africa came back at them in that second test. They'd worked their way into a 3-point lead, and then South Africa scored 3 consecutive tries and 4 points to take the win. 1-0 now to GB, and they must kick on from here and not let up. GB appealing for the knock-on, not given, off the captain, Sean Rogers. Meredith running the ball up that left-hand wing. Smythe not able to get the pass away before Angel Perrin took his tag. Rogers plays the ball to the right, and Mayer. Ganga to Kritzman. Ethan Rogers to Shaw. Back in field. Loose ball. Well picked up by Ethan Rogers. The kick, and that's spilt forwards by Walker. South Africa will maintain possession with the penalty. Kritzman caught by Perrin. Rogers. Perrin again involved defensively. Key intervention so far in this game. The long looping pass over to the left-hand touchline. Meredith just stays in field, puts in the kick. Walker cleans it up and loops around. He's still going, Walker. Really good first bust. Draws the penalty for the wrap as well. Quick tap and go from Jack Payne. Davids finds Carmichael. For Carrington, sorry. And the break from Reese Walker. The sun might be out, the temperatures might have warmed, but still the pink beanie stays on. The interception, but it's going to be a penalty for GB. South Africa coming from an offside position to make that interception. And that is going to be a sin bin because she has come in from the offside position and taken it, seen as a professional foul. So South Africa, the last thing they would have wanted here is to go down to 7 players, and they've already given up 1 score to GB. Payne is in for the second. Wonderful stuff. One fluid movement as he took that ball in, and a pass from Robinson, and then dived over the line. 2 points now for GB. None for South Africa, and they're a player down. Walker will fire this one downfield. Looking for a tricky bounce. It's short of the 50-10, but well into touch. Michelle van der Merwe rolls the ball back. If South Africa are to get back into this game, it'll be through the interventions and the leadership of Stoffels, who was positioning himself at first receiver there. But this run is incredibly dangerous and still going. I think a bend in there. Oh, he done everything right, Hodson. Everything right. The dart down the blind side. Ran inside the first GB defender, outside the next, inside the third. And then just fending meters short the line. Here goes Josh Eade. Stoffels misses the tag. The chase back from Alexander. Saves the try on that occasion. And Alexander again, as Newsom was building up ahead of speed. But GB certainly with the momentum, and they go forward now. Eade with a wonderful line. Hodson there though. Perrin with Walker outside her. She goes herself. No try. The dive was just a little too floaty. Gave Hodson the time to take the tag. Moves early there. Play allowed to continue, however. Knocked back over the try line by South Africa. They were the last team to touch the ball, so a goal line dropout. GB will have the opportunity to attack again from deep. Walker nice and calm under that ball. Watching to see what the defence does and finds Carrington. The ball shipped over to War. She scored in the first game between these two sides. Can she score in the second? Perrin now up towards the box. Newbold. The long pass out just over the head of Liv Lampkin and into touch. South Africa not yet on the board. Ganga finds Alexander. Tag made by Hollabon. The break from Alexander. He finds Ganga, who will go for the box to level things up. 2-2. You have to say it has been coming from Alexander. He's such a threatening runner. So many times he stepped past the first defender. So many times he's got a half break. It hadn't quite come off for him in game 1 and 2. But there we saw his raw pace and attacking ability. Ganga ran an excellent supporting line that allowed him to go into the box unopposed and tie this game up. The running had mostly been in GB's favour, but just like that, we have a tie game. Cod not able to field that one. Goal line dropout now to GB. South Africa will have the opportunity to strike consecutively at the GB defensive line. Rogers loses his footing over halfway. Tag 1 of this set. Stoffels to Sean Rogers, back to Stoffels, back to Rogers again. Carrington with the tag, and looked impressive from South Africa, but they haven't actually gained ground there. Kreutzmann to Meredith. Meredith caught by Davids. Kreutzmann in field to Rogers. Still South Africa struggling to get further into GB territory. Co-captain Milford with the tag. Now South Africa's captain, Rogers, finds Stoffels. The flat run, shut down by Carrington. Final tag of the set. Can South Africa take their first lead of this third test? Not like that. Payne calmly making the intervention. The 5-minute sin bin up already. South Africa were not playing like a side that was outnumbered on the pitch there. They have extended, or they have got themselves back to level pegging in this game, despite the sin bin. They are back to 8 on 8 as GB gain huge ground on that first tag of the set. Milford quickly back to the mark. Petridge beats the first defender, and the second finds Payne. No, it's going to be called back for the tag on Petridge. Well, It looked like the tag had been signalled, but Payne was allowed to run in. Nearly gets a box try. The reason it's just a one-pointer is he's gone in the back. And while there's plenty of space to go in the back of the box at that end of the pitch, there isn't at the other end. So for safety, you are only able to go in the front and side. If you go in the back, it's just a normal try. So 1 point there. GB back into the lead. 3-2. Stoffels cleans that ball up, or picks that ball up nice and cleanly. Here goes Smythe. Stoffels was running just too fast there. Did feel it's going to be a tough pass for Smythe to pull that one back into Stoffels' arms with the speed Stoffels was going at. Davids leaves the ball behind there. GB do maintain possession. Penalty for the wrap around Pet Ridge. Quickly taken by Newsom. Milford with Richards outside him. He's still going himself though. Now he finds oh no, ball lost. South Africa take over and they waste no time in getting on the front foot. Richards scampers back to make the tag. Ball through the hands of Ganga. Stoffels, Meredith. Smythe, he can take the single step from dummy half, puts that behind Stoffels, which just takes the impetus out of the attack there for the South Africans. Ganga looks to go left and then goes right. Bit of contact there as Richards makes the tag. Play is allowed to continue. Stoffels to Kreutzmann. And on. Stoffels with the kick down, Petridge's throat. And he's running back at South Africa hard here. Oh! Richards just not able to cling on. Keep that attack moving on forward. Instead, South Africa will take over. Bennett just up over halfway. Alexander to Ganga. Jappy. And up to Ganga. And you'll notice Jappy there, and previously Prinsloo, who subbed off after that last play. Two ringers that have been brought in from the South African men's Masters side. There's been a couple of injuries for this mixed open team. I think this try is going to be given. It is. The 1 point score. No mistake that time from Hodson. Second time we've seen him break down that left flank. The first ended with him giving away a penalty for fending. No such issues on that occasion. South Africa tie the game up once again, 3-3. There's a kick deep down to Jack Payne. Pick and go from Hollabon. Feeds Cod. Petridge. Petridge is through. Looks for support. He had Carrington shooting up on the right-hand side, nice and deep. That one would have gone backwards. Instead, he went inside to Payne, who's just too flat. Forward pass gives possession away. South Africa, 10 metres short of halfway. Get to attack. Rogers to Rogers. The two brothers linking up. Does need to be Ethan Rogers that rolls this ball here. A little bit of confusion. Allows GB to get their defensive line set. Van der Merwe, caught by Newbold. Jappi. Ball left behind by Tala, and that will be a changeover. 5 minutes to go in this first half. 3-3, the score. Over to Liv Lampkin on the far side. Reese Walker finds Hollabon. Penalty for the short ball. GB with a fresh set. Already 10 metres inside South African territory. Walker loops around. Eventually caught by Rogers. Payne injecting pace onto the ball as ever. Newbold caught by Rogers. Walker to Payne. Finds Cod with Carrington outside her. She goes herself. The tag made by Alexander. Carrington goes now. The referee is happy. The try is scored. The lead once again in British hands. Every time they've inched forwards, South Africa have reined them back in, but haven't yet got themselves into a lead of their own. Great Britain 4, South Africa 3. It's been a while since we've had consecutive scores from Great Britain, though. That is their objective now. They need to extend this lead past a single score. Meredith to Ganga with Bennett outside him. Tag was made by Robinson. Stoffels and Robinson again. The defensive input. Bennett. Fairly simple defense so far for GB. They've not really been challenged on this set. 2 tags to go in it. Stoffels with the little chip kick through, and he's gathered that really well. Final tag of the set. On halfway now, South Africa. Quick hands from Ganga to Rogers. Puts in a kick. He's chasing it himself. Really good safe play from Newsom. Just collapses on that ball. Great Britain now look to play away from their own lines to Angel Perrin. Walker to Robinson. Still they come to this right-hand side through Josh Eade. Nearly slicing through, beat Meredith. Infield from Davids. Walker with the fake to Robinson, finds Newsom instead. The miss pass to Milford. He has Richards outside him, and again, final tag. A flat line this from GB. South Africa still holding out. Walker. Oh, and we are just going to wait for the confirmation. Yes, that try has been given. I thought the kick might just have bounced over the try line from the angle we were at. Not so. GB do extend their 1-point lead. 5-3 now, with a great score by Walker. Classic of the Nick Wilkes genre. Kick to himself, bouncing up perfectly, dots it down. Walker staying on the field to take the restart. Picked up in front of the box. Hodgson goes again for the 3rd time. He breaks down this left-hand flank. Walker gets across brilliantly. Taking both tags in his diving effort there. Ganga infield. Misses van der Merwe. Stoffels over the top to Prinsloo. Riches. A solid defensive effort there. Kreutzmann. Ganga works it back towards this right-hand side. A loose ball. Prinsloo just cleans it up. Penalty given against South Africa for the contact, though. Real pressure reliever for GB. So we're in the closing moments of this first half. Perrin to Walker. GB will want to see themselves into the break with this 2-point lead. Luckily, the tag made on Walker before the ball was spilt forward. And final play, Hooter goes before the ball brought back to the roll ball, and it is half time. Great Britain in a 2-point lead. 5-3 the score. Well, we call these test matches for good reason. It has been a hard-fought series between Great Britain and South Africa. GB taking out the first game, SA mounting an incredible comeback to win the second test. And we went into this third one all tied up. Every time GB has got a lead, South Africa have managed to come back at them and draw the game. However, GB did get 2 consecutive scores before the break, which sees them into a 2-point margin, 5-3 as we get underway in the second period. I think it's fairly safe to say the danger man for South Africa is certainly Imran Hodgson. 3 brilliant breaks down the left-hand side, one of which resulted in a try. And if he keeps doing that, South Africa have a chance. That's not to say that we won't see something brilliant from one of their other players, as Hodgson thought he was away again there. The tag was simultaneous, so that is why he has to go back. Had the tag been late, Hodgson would have been able to carry on there, and he would have scored a try. Ganga feeds infield to Stoffel. He'd beaten the first defender really well. Alex Ryan was absolutely equal to him in making the follow-up tag. Rouse to Ryan, who darts back inside, still going, trying to draw the penalty. Tuller managing to take just tag, no shorts. Fantastic from her. Codd nearly slicing through. One of 4 Bristol representatives actually in this mixed open side on the field. Walker to Carrington, another of the Bristolians. Over the top and unable to be pulled in by Hannah Powell. SA survived the latest GB onslaught. The pick and go from Hodgson. This certainly is another of his great busts. He's down the centre of the field this time. Carrington can't get there, and that is inside the box. What an incredible score from Hodgson to tie things up. 5-5. It is all to play for. South Africa really needed to score first in this second half. They've done exactly that. GB know that they have to shut Hodgson down, or this game is going to get away from them. Once again, that lead from Great Britain reined back in by the South Africans. Rogers wants to make the British players run from deep at his side. Really having to work for any score they get. Walker dancing around there. Eventually Kreutzmann able to make the tag. Perrin also tagged by Kreutzmann. Ryan tagged on both sides by Van der Merwe and by Rogers. Newbold, a loose pass. Perrin picks it up. South Africa's defence doing really well in this set. Walker forced into an early kick. He's not putting a massive chase in here, and if he did, he would be offside. Kept in field by Prinsloo. Tagged by Eid. Jappy. Caught by Walker. Van der Merwe. Taken by Newbold. Kreutzmann. To Rogers. Carves round. And then crosses behind his own player, preventing Perrin from making the tag. Penalty given away to GB. This attack starting inside South African territory, and the ball almost thrown away into the hands of Van der Merwe. Actually taken out of Perrin's arms there. So GB have another penalty. And she's going, Perrin! Sean Rogers didn't have the pace he's got. That would have been a wonderful try for the youngster. No try. penalty for contact. So the decision is that the dive into the box was dangerous. So GB, thinking they just scored a 2-point try, now need to switch their mind straight back to defence. And Ryan does that expertly, making a tag on Rogers. The turnover for GB. He takes it quickly. Ryan, felt the gap was close on him there. And he does win the penalty for Great Britain. Ryan over the top to Walker, to Rouse. Tag made. Prinsloo, the latest to save the day for South Africa. Richards goes to self. Prinsloo's there again. Rouse to Walker. The cutout pass. Oh, Jappy had taken that. If Jappy had taken that, what might have been for South Africa? As it is, 6 again for GB after the knock-on. Newbold. Caught by Van der Merwe. Walker to Ryan. Back to Walker. There's the overlap. Rouse is through. Working that same left-hand side, GB eventually get their reward. A 1-point score and a 6-5 lead. Will we see the familiar story repeated though? GB move ahead. South Africa strike right back. Walker. Going right for that corner. That's off the chest of Rogers. Milford there to clear up. Lampkin. Loose ball cleared up by Payne. Stoffels there to make the tag, but it's going to be a penalty for the late tag to GB. Codd goes on her own. Payne to the left to Andrews. Milford finds Lampkin. No try. No try. Contact. The decision is that Milford has continued on into the defender after passing the ball. That would have been GB's biggest lead of the game. It would have been 3 points. As it is, it stays 6-5. Ganga to Tala. Ethan Rogers. The long pass over to Alexander. We've not seen as much of him since the opening exchanges when he scored a beautiful score. Loose ball. Alexander's back there to clear it up. Spilt by Stoffels. GB with possession and field position. Andrews plays it forward with no marker. Codd quickly out to Carrington on the right-hand side, who cuts back in. Penalty for offside. GB have to capitalise on this. 6 tags, 10 metres to go. Payne for the box. Tag made by Ganga. Andrews to Walker. Just a bit of miscommunication between Walker and Milford. Walker able to put that dive in on the ball and keep possession. Milford caught by Rogers. The kick, but the tag was simultaneous. We'll go back. Ganga keeping the South African line firm. too slow at the ruck ball there. But it is a penalty for GB. Still GB in possession, still not over the line yet. Cod. Milford goes himself once again. Both tags are on. The try is scored. 7-5 GB. 9 minutes to play. A 2-point lead once again. Ridge will put this deep down into the South African half. That's a very difficult one for Jappy to deal with, but he does well. Finds Alexander. Shutting Alexander down has been one of GB's successes in this game, that is for sure. Kreutzmann to Ganga. Rogers ran away from him in support. Van der Merwe. Newbold with a crucial tag. Jappy, no look pass. Ganga with the kick, follows it up. Tag made. Final tag of the set. South Africa yet to get out of their half in this one. GB need to be prepared for the kick. Lost forwards at the roll ball, a real let-off for GB and a great platform to launch from here. Newbold to Petridge. Petridge with the kick. Bit for the referee to sort out here. He rules that the contact was caused by GB, that Petridge has gone straight into Jappy. Just the roll ball given. Alexander, still going Alexander. To Meredith. Tag made by Newbold. Kreutzmann with the kick. Furthest up the field South Africa have been since their last score. Jappy finds Ganga, caught by Payne and Perrin. Jappy spills that forwards at the roll ball. These errors are doing as much to beat South Africa right now as the GB attack is. Petridge still going. Eventually Van der Merwe takes the tag. Rouse to Newbold. Perrin goes to Ryan on the left-hand side, darts back in. Van der Merwe, she has been everywhere defensively for South Africa these last few minutes. This time it's Jappy. Just behind Petridge, but he deals with it well, finds Josh Eade. They play together loads of times in this Thames Valley region. Now getting to do it in a GB shirt as Alexander breaks down that left wing. Tag made by Petridge before he spills the ball. Alexander thinks he should have got more for it. Wanted the contact, cool, doesn't get it. Still, 5 tags to go in this set. And territory for South Africa. Ganga over to Ethan Rogers. Finds Kroner. Caught by Riches. Ganga. Van der Merwe now in an attacking capacity and draws the penalty. 6 again for South Africa. Perrin not giving away any penalties on that one. Cut out pass over the top to Jappy, to Alexander. One more pass. Meredith. No try. No try. The South Africans are celebrating. They've run off to sub. Contact. just like we saw in the opposite corner just a few minutes ago with a GB try ruled out, so is the case here. That would have tied the game up once again. But instead, it remains GB 7, South Africa 5. Eid to Newbold. Ryan caught by Jappi. David's infield to Perrin. Not able to get past Jappi. Such a presence in defence. Final tag of the set, GB still in their own half. Ryan puts in the kick. Both he and Jappi put their boots to the ball to try and control it while it was loose and on the ground. And that causes both of them to lose their feet. I don't think there was any more to it than that, even though the sound on the ball made it seem like a pretty heavy incident. But one of those ones that can really jar your knee and ankle, so Ryan just taking a little bit of time to get back to his feet here. We have about 4 minutes left in this game. 3.5, 4 minutes left. Penalty is being given to GB for contact. Ryan makes the full 10 on that first tap. Walker makes a few more. And of course Rogers was involved to shut the attack down. Loose ball cleared up. Cod. Through the hands. And South Africa take possession. GB felt that there was a South African hand in there. Andy Taylor, the referee, did not agree. Ganga to Rogers. Ryan with the tag on the wing. So normally seen in the middle of the park. There he was, crucially on the flanks. Ganga still going, finds Tala. 2 to go in this set. 2 points the margin. Ganga to Ethan Rogers, catches that behind his back. Penalty given away by GB for offside. Just as GB thought they'd nearly seen out that attacking set, they now have a whole new one to defend. Couple of minutes to go. Ethan Rogers keeps the ball alive. Stoffels with Van der Merwe on the left wing. Caught by Davids. Right, they're going to go back to the tag on Stoffels by Carrington. Built backwards by Ganga, cleared up by Van der Merwe. Newbold. I mean, that was certainly a contact call. Whether that was in the correct direction, I'm not sure. The danger man may well be over again. He is. It is just a 1 point score, but it narrows the margin. Great Britain 7, South Africa 6. And you've got to say, if there's someone that's going to grab this game and win it for South Africa, it's looking like it is going to be Hodgson. South Africa needing to take this ball back to halfway for the restart. Both teams, though, had set up as though that was the right place to take it from. Just a minute remaining. Carrington with the break. Still going. Still going. Penalty. Contact. Carrington knocked off his feet. Cod goes inside the South African half now. Ryan at dummy half will go left. He's Newbold outside him. He goes himself. This could be the winner. No try. Tag made. Still GB have to go again. Another try ruled out for Alex Ryan. Milford finds Cod. gap closed on her. Penalty. This has got to be it now for GB. Just seconds remaining. Milford with the tap. He goes for the dive. Tag made. Walker fires out to Ryan. That is going to be given. 1 point try, 2 point lead, 8-6. The hooter about to ring out. And that is full time in this one. What an incredible contest, not only in this game, but the whole way through this 3-test series between the two mixed open sides. GB winning tests 1 and 3 for a 2-1 overall score. Absolutely fantastic contest by all the players involved. And South Africa can be really proud of what they've come over here and achieved. They might not be going home with a series title, but having been whitewashed 5-0 on home territory back in 2022, having finished lower than GB at the World Cup last year in Limerick, to go toe-to-toe with this new GB mixed open side here in Reading has been absolutely incredible to see from them. But it will also be a confidence booster for the Great Britain mixed open side. So many new players in it, as we mentioned earlier, a whole new coaching setup for the team. They will look ahead now to the So after a brief delay for absolutely torrential rain, we are back underway for Nick Wilkes' shorts to be pulled down. And for Great Britain to face South Africa for a 5th and final time in the men's open category. Wilkes again starts to lose his shorts. Svaneveld was with the tag. Fisher caught. And Turner finds McDermott. Oh, great step by McDermott. Tag just short of the line, the latest GB player to be kegged. Turner dives himself now, again tagged. Fisher. McDermott through the hands of Turner and then knocked forwards by South Africa. Harkins rolls back to Turner. Fisher. Fisher! That will be the opening try of the game. A 1-point score for Cam Fisher. The final in a series of dives at the line from the GB players. And eventually, those efforts were going to tell. And it's Fisher who gets the point. South Africa running this one back at GB. Bruce Svaneveld and Bezuidenhout. That kick just stays below shoulder height from Nordian. Reed. De Jonge infield to Wilkes. Cuts through. Still going. And eventually Saunders was over there to cover. Not many on this pitch that could chase Wilkes down. Saunders in that sweeper role, able to do so. Off the shins of Waters. And penalty for offside to Great Britain. No, back for the tag. Long pass out to Wilkes. De Jonge was calling for it. Wilkes went himself. Tag made. Once again by Svaneveld. He's been huge in defence so far in this game for South Africa. Ampal to Wilkes. Try scorer Fisher finds Sawyer. Over to Reed, who's pushed out of play rather physically by Bezuidenhout. It's going to result in South African possession. 10 metres out from their try line. Ruling that it was carried into touch by GB. Hageman. Saunders to Bezuidenhout. Same three players. The only ones thus far involved in this set for South Africa as Svaneveld winds up the pass to the right-hand touchline. It is lost, and it is Waters breaking away. He'll get the penalty for the short pull here. De Jonge is going to come up and take the tap as Waters needs to get his short sorted again. Greenhill. Ampal. Barron. Back to Ampal and Greenhill. There's familiar names in this GB setup. Surely the gap closed on Sawyer there, but play allowed to continue. Williams feeds to Greenhill. Ampal out the back to Barron. Puts in the kick. Just going to beat him to the line. He felt he was tagged late. Decision is simultaneous. Saunders will take the tap and start this 7-tag set 10 metres out from South Africa's line. Nordian unable to find Mayer. And as the rain gets harder, the sun also starts to shine a little brighter on this fairly tropical day. Williams having to come back to the mark there. Sparran goes to Greenhill. Caught by Nordien. Williams does manage to control it. And try number 2 for Great Britain. A second single pointer. GB 2, South Africa 0. Great dart up there by Keybeat. Caught by Harkins, and now Waters involved defensively. Keybeat again, but he only had one tag on. He's going to have to go back. Oliveira. Backwards through the hands. Gathered by Smith. Mayer. Saunders just trying to draw the defence into an initial move, and hands it to Mayer, who only had one tag on, and GB will take over. We're in a roper to McDermott. Turner, caught by Swanenwelder. Greenhill over one more time in his Great Britain career. Moments we have to savour. Great Britain 3, South Africa 0. Short of the 50-10, South Africa will have the roll ball. Saunders with what will be a challenging kick. And that's going to be a penalty to GB. Waters controlling it with his foot first of all, and then as he went to reach for it, was Eidenhout putting in the kick. Can't do that. So Wilkes will take the tap. McDermott. McDermott for the box. And he's got it. 2-point score for Great Britain. GB now lead 5-0. Halfway through this first period. Saunders with a goalkeeper catch. Sawyer's just hanging on to that tag. Otherwise, Saunders would have been through and running for the box. Bezuidenhout. Klink. Bezuidenhout. Still going. Gives away the tag in the end as he tries to spin round Ampel, loses his footing. Saunders to Nordian. Bezuidenhout steps out. Promising attack that from South Africa, unfortunately, comes to an end over the touchline. Williams. Great tag from Clark. South Africans taking one another out in their eagerness to stop Nick Wilkes. Old jet shoes as they've taken to calling him in Ireland. The number of tries he scored over there. It's another team in green that he's terrorising today. Fisher puts in a little kick. Doesn't go the way he wants. And so South Africa will play away from their own line. The sunshine almost shockingly bright now after the rainstorm that delayed the start of this game. And it's South Africa that are having to play into that sunshine. Whether that's been a hampering factor for them so far. Part of the reason that they find themselves behind in this game. Mayer to Nordian. Tag made by Reed. D'Oliveira. And Hegeman. Nordian. Contact made there. Swanevelde going straight into Wilkes. He wears the impact well, back up on his feet. And GB will play the settles to bring their subs on. Barron goes himself. He's got Sawyer with him. Just avoids the ball being ripped from his hands. Kirby Rona-Roper scoops it on to Dan Waters. That will be a try over on the left-hand side for the big man. Would not have been possible were it not going to flick on by Rona-Roper. A move right out of the top drawer of Cuzzy's play. Greenhill thumps that one long Over the goal line. Dropout coming from South Africa. It will be Saunders with the kick. That is straight out on the ball. As this weekend of British sporting success continues. Not just the tag here, not just the England penalty shootout win against Switzerland yesterday, but also Sir Lewis Hamilton winning the British Grand Prix at Silverstone for the 10th time, his first win in over 2 years. British sport, hey? As on goes Elliot McDermott. Rona Roper finds Turner. The gap closed on him. McDermott. Greenhill finds Rona Roper. Just loses his footing on this very slippy ground. Changeover. Greenhill and Barron not in agreement with O'Brien there. I'm not sure they'll remember it though. Not the only time they've disagreed with a ref. Ball spilt forward. Frustrating for South Africa. Just have struggled to put things together offensively. Defended gallantly. Although as I say that, Barron slices through into the box. Cuts a hole. Gets the score. 2 points. GB 7. 8. 0. Just enough time there for Bezuidenhout to be able to turn and pick that one up. Clark caught by De Jonge. Well done by Bezuidenhout, finds Saunders. Penalty for the wrap against GB. Hageman caught by Harkins. Over to Mayer. Reed with the tap. Grobler feeds infield to Swanevalde. Saunders with Clark outside him, goes inside. Keebeat not able to get past McDermott though. The kick from Saunders and it bounces beautifully back into his hands as it ricochets off the defender's body. Grobler with a netball pass. Now the long one fired out to Clark. Promising attack from South Africa. The furthest up the field they've been for a long time. Bezuidenhout will roll this one back. Hageman with Kiewit outside him. Kiewit only had one tag on. Kind of mistake South Africa don't want with this field position. And again, 2 tags given away by South Africa, with the receiver just having the one tag on. So frustrating for them. Saunders. Gap closed, penalty South Africa. Worked over to the right-hand side really well. Saunders to Hageman. And Mayer the beneficiary. 8-1. Inside the final minute. There's the hooter. We'll have one more play in this half. And it's going to be GB's play from deep. Wilkes, surely there's a boot coming in here. Late, so Wilkes can go again. And he does. Can he beat Saunders in this foot race? He does! Ball spilt forward. Penalty to Great Britain. O'Brien's decision is that Saunders has muscled Wilkes off the ball there. I said we had one more play. We've got another, just for good measure. 8-1, the margin. Can GB add just a little more to that before the break? Simultaneous, and then Fisher caught by Klink. And we will go to half time with a 7-point gap between the two teams. Just 20 minutes more tag to bring you this weekend.
Did you stay dry down there?
That one, the wind was so strong it was coming right in. Hey, how you doing? Good. A bit exhausted. Yes. Was she born here? She lived here for 3 years. She's got a passport. That's fine. She's eligible from that point of view, but she's not represented Hong Kong since the World Cup. She's also eligible to switch allegiances to play for another nation. Yes. So it's three. You can't change within that 3-year period leading up to the World Cup once you've elected to play for a team. So once the World Cup took place, everyone effectively had their slate wiped clean, and they could elect to play for their country at that point. So she's not played for anyone since the World Cup. She's yet to elect who she wants to play for, and could elect to be us. But also I've had a bit of a chat with the ITF chairman, and he's open to relaxing those eligibilities, and so players who've moved country literally cannot play for the one they have previously represented. Passport was born there, or their parents or grandparents were born there.
Okay, let's go, boys. Come on, last 20.
No worries.
Did the hooter come late?
We're back underway for the final time today. Second half of this one. Great Britain 8, South Africa 1. Fifth test of 5. GB have won the first 4. And they are in pole position to win this and whitewash the series. Something they were just unable to do in South Africa when the 5th and final test between the two sides was drawn. Play continues there after the simultaneous tag as Nick Wilkes dives for the box. The chasing defenders also diving despairingly after him, colliding in mid-air and ending up in a heap. Great Britain 10, South Africa 1. Ampel with the restart finds the ball delivered perfectly back to him. And GB will be straight back on the attack. Sawyer just fires that slightly over the head of Williams. Reed clears it up. GB will go from where Sawyer was tagged. Fisher just short of the line now. Wilkes again. Just the 1 point this try. But yet another to Wilkes' tally. You have to wonder if you dug back through the live streams, the VO camera records, and the drone footage, how many points Wilkes has scored in a GB jersey. Greenhill kicks it long. Saunders gathers and finds Mayer. Back for the tag on Saunders. Nuria to Mayer. Buzz Eidenhout. Mayer just loses that so quickly through the hands of the South Africans. That was not much time to control the ball. Rona Roper pops it off to Greenhill. Now Irvine to Turner.
Reload, depth, boys.
Triumphant tag on Turner from Smith. Harkins has Reed outside. Ends up throwing it to say no one in particular, but there's a South African hand in there. 6 again, and Barron may well be through. Harkins with a great grab. Greenhill wanted that one. To say probably would have been over. Turner. Now Greenhill. Mayer denies him. Waters. Lovely try. fields the bouncing ball and fires himself over the line. We've got a South African injury though. It's Great Britain 12, South Africa 1. And we'll just have a slight pause here for South Africa to replace their injured player. Not sure if that's Bezuidenhout over on the far side. I think it might be. So umpire just waiting for the restart until the field of play is clear. Nordin to De Oliveira. Tigerman caught by Turner. Nordin. Oliveira. Reed is there. Tarkins had been there before him. It's going to need to be quick play from Swanepoel. Loose ball. Saunders shapes the kick, puts it in. Oh, Chandler Smith with a lovely chase. Just not able to keep a hold of it. Wet pill spilling forwards. Not out of Turner's hands though. Irvine. Caught by Nordin. Flicked on beautifully from Turner, but the try will not be given. It is a penalty to South Africa. Harkins somersaulting over the line, deemed to be dangerous by O'Brien, and time will be off for the injury as a result of it. Beautiful step from Saunders. It's an ankle breaker. Play continues, despite the calls of knock-on from Great Britain. Swanepoel. Kick from Nordin, down Harkins' throat. He'll run it back at them. Reed. Irvine with the kick. Tag still on. If this sits up for him, it doesn't quite. Oh, so agonising for Irvine. It's a lovely looking kick, but it just didn't kick up. South Africa with the settle. The advantage of the settle, lost slightly with the slip. Smith. Penalty for offside. Great Britain sent backwards. There's the tap from Nordin. Now, Klink. Saunders pulls it back. Good to see that Poseidon has no lasting effects from his earlier injury. Galloping up that left-hand side once again. Williams settles. Wilkes. Fisher goes himself. De Jonge wants this. Gets it. Gets it out to Crew. And that will be another score for Great Britain. 13-1 now. Saunders, such an excellent captain of this South African side. We might be deep into the 5th test, with only a matter of minutes remaining in this series, but he's still there giving coaching points to his teammates, helping them for next time. Grobler, caught by Rona Roper. Grobler once again. Klink. Fire this infield to Saunders. It's a scrappy roll ball. Basic error that Saunders is not pleased with. Just as he was looking to receive that ball and set up a good attack. Out to De Jonge, one outside him. Hand in there, 6 again. It's going to be 4 GB. Greenhill. Wilkes. Wilkes. Klink with the tag. Miss pass. On to De Jonge. Poseidon up so fast. No time for De Jonge to distribute to Reed on that right flank. So Fisher will move it left. Greenhill drops it off to Wilkes. That play so often works. Not on this occasion. Tag made on Barron. And again, we've got a little bit of an injury here. We're just going to take a quick pause to check that Fortune is okay. Play will continue. Greenhill to Fisher. Wilkes will go, and Wilkes will score. Closing minutes, the margin extended. 14 to Great Britain, 1 to South Africa. How much would they love to end their tour on the high of another try? They would have earned it. They've played so gallantly through all 5 of these tests, as well as a match against Great Britain men's seniors yesterday. They've really put in the yards. Their style of play has been wonderful to watch. And their sportsmanship, an example to all sides. This certainly one of their more promising attacks for a while. Unfortunately, D'Oliveira has to run quite a long way back to the mark. Didn't realise he had been tagged there. Saunders. Final tag of the set. What can they do with it? Mayer. And then spilt forward. Possibly an unnecessary celebration that from Reed. This point in the game. Irvine to Turner. Harkins. Waters calls for it. Harkins goes himself. Has he got the pace to get to the box? Yes, he does. Slightly flatter run than he would be used to up on the Yorkshire Dales. He'll run it that he is. 16-1 now, GB. I think Waters might accept why Harkins kept the ball there. In fact, he ended up getting 2 points. Mayer. Nearly through. Gap closed. Penalty, South Africa. Gap closed again, but no penalty this time. The double spin coming in from Kiewicz. Klink. Saunders. One more to Grobbelaar. Nothing coming there for Clark. Changeover to GB. Bit of confusion from South Africa, sending a second player up to mark as they would if they were attacking. Turner to the on-rushing Irvine. Beats the first. Saunders there on the follow-up. Williams. Will he go to Rona Roper? He does, but Clark makes the tag, takes a knock for his efforts. Game paused. Clark's going to carry on. GB playing to the left, Barron moves it back to the right. Ampau. Willits inside. Numbers to the left. Rona Roper. Oh, with a floated pass, intercepted by Grobbelaar before it reaches its intended target of James Barron. Waters and Sawyer combine. Lost forwards. That is going to be one more for Ampau. One more for GB. 17-1. With just the hooter to come. Mayer. Clark looked to fake the kick and then did put it in. Reed knocks that one backwards, that's fine, play on. GB having to play from deep. Most of their play has started in the South African half. Final play of the day. Wilkes to De Jonge, puts in the kick. It stays in field. Nordin will want to keep this alive. South Africa would dearly love to end on a high. Nordine, he's got Greenhill chasing back. Steps inside. Wilkes is there. Game over. Great Britain 17. South Africa 1. And a beautiful moment there. Wilkes, Greenhill embracing at the end of Ollie's last tournament for this Great Britain Men's Open side. As I said earlier, he's given so much to the team over the years. And they would not have achieved all of the success that they have without him. He's an integral member of the squad. So the series ends with Great Britain picking up their 5th win in as many games, and a very comprehensive display in this one. But the South Africans really showed a tremendous account of themselves. Mentioned their sportsmanship and their exciting style of play. But while they may have ended up on the wrong side of the scoreline in their 5 test matches against GB Men's Open, they did themselves proud. They went so with the side that was 3rd best in the world last year. And they can be proud with that. GB 17, SA 1, 5-0 in the series. And thank you to all of you at home who followed along on the 2nd day of these GB and South African tests taking place at Reading RSC. The first time we've welcomed South Africa over for a test tour. It's been great to have them here. All the games, all the categories that we have seen have been spectacular examples of the game of tag. And we look forward to renewing our rivalry with South Africa when we next get the opportunity to travel down there. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you again.